Hi everyone, welcome to the latest Doom stream. Joining me tonight is well, he was supposed to be on my side here, but here we go. Now that he's there, is Mellow Crit. Mellow Crit. I'm sorry. I have a friend whose name's Mellow. Online name. I'm not even looking at you on the screen. I just realized it because I got. There we go. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself? And I'm now seeing there's an issue possibly with this because there is a sound filter missing. I was right. Let's just go to, or maybe it's not. Maybe it's fine. Let me check. This is, you do everything and you think you're set up, and then it's like, no, you're not. So let's do this. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself now? You should have a voice.
Hello. Check 1 2 1 2. Hopefully the sound's coming through. Hi everyone. My name is Mellowcrit. Josue Velasco, but most people know me as Mellowcrit or Mellow. Mellow totally works. Am still primarily an Apex caster, but I've been getting really heavy into the Pokemon TCG. This game is amazing. I actually came over from playing Yu-Gi-Oh back in college, took a big hiatus and decided Pokemon was going to be my game of choice. Absolutely loving it, and absolutely loving the community and stuff like this. These online tournaments are super exciting, so I'm feeling really privileged, really grateful to be here. I'm excited to cover these games alongside Single or Doom. And yeah, thank you for having me.
And it was a pleasure to have you on. I definitely saw like your previous casting experience. I was like, oh man, we got someone who's kind of a professional here. Let's bring him in. Not like me, where I started these up and I like the first tournament I ever ran till like 7 a.m. and it was a mistake. And I'm glad I didn't try to stream it. Oh my god.
Oh man, yeah, that's heavy. Yeah, but no, this is great. I love the vibe of these. I've tuned into them before, so I'm excited to get into some games. And like I said, I've been loving Pokemon, and this meta right now is super exciting. So this is great. This is awesome. I'm excited.
Oh, this is going to be great. And this meta is so much more fun than what we were previously in, but it feels like I'm hoping. I don't know if you played during Silver Tempest format. I'm hoping it doesn't end up like that forever.
I've heard of the true doom and gloom that was Silver Tempest. So that was when Lugia was just the only deck, right? Not just like best deck, like only deck.
I had to spice up Lugia by putting in Flying Pikachu. That was the only way I could play that deck. I was like, please, Flying Pikachu, save us all. So,
yeah, this feels great. It's actually really refreshing. When I was last playing Yu-Gi-Oh, it felt like there was a couple of decks that were very much just like you either play the deck or you play the deck that counters the deck. So coming over here, I've only been playing, I think, close to 6 months, right about 6 months now. So, yeah, it's actually really exciting to see this much diversity. The fact that I can just kind of pick up a deck, in the top 10 and feel like I have a pretty decent, like if I know how to pilot it well, I can have a pretty decent shot into a lot of matchups is so refreshing.
Yeah, like I got back in myself. I've been playing for 25 plus years. I'm old. I'm 37. I'm a dad, 2 kids, married. I got back in around Sun and Moon, and it took about 6 months before I really started getting like the competitive swing of things again. And it was like Espeon Garbodor, old deck. But when we had GXs before they became Vs, and then they became V stars, and then now we're on back to EX with small EX. It's not big EX, small EX. Bold, I think too. Small, bold. It's weird.
Small, bold.
But there, and it just changes, and it's so good. Like I'm glad we're going back to like an evolution based meta, because that's when I got back, and like there was Energy Evolution Eevee, which was amazing, and I hope someday we get that back with like a EX like Espeon, Flareon and stuff. What it did, you attached the energy, and then you evolved into one of the evolutions with the matching type. So you could have a turn 1 Espeon. That's what you mostly used it for in the active, and then you can still attack. It didn't end your turn. It was great. I was like, oh, hey, here we go. And then you set up and you're good.
That's
Or
a dream.
there was like Flareon and Vaporeon, but everyone used Espeon. Espeon was like the GX everyone used.
Gotcha,
So
gotcha.
It was good stuff. But with that, talking about the game, I think it's time to move on to the metagame.
Oh, yeah. Let's go ahead and take a look at this meta share. For anyone that was tuning into LAIC, by the way, not quite the weight up on the top there, but still very much the same deck that I think a lot of people were expecting. It's Guardy. It's up there. 14% share. It's actually still pretty dang high. I think it was up to almost like 18 at LAIC, which is crazy. But yeah, Guardy looking really good. A lot of people considering it kind of best deck in format status or somewhere close to that. So no surprise to see it very much popular here.
Yeah, it's let's look and see. Let's see if there's anything weird going on. That's always the issue. Wow, these people called for a judge and we never asked. Let's see, we got alpacas here, a pack of alpacas, 2-0 right now. Beat Durant. Huh.
We got the Durant tech in here.
Nothing too out of the ordinary for this list. And yes, triple B TCG, it does say 5% cloth.
Not a typo. This is cool. It's fitting both the Cresselia and the Screamtail. No Jirachi, but does have both Cresselia, Screamtail, and no Zacian. I like this build. I think it's really cool. The cape with the Screamtail actually does feel really, really good. And the fact that you can bench knight Squawk abilities with how much Roaring Moon has been around, especially online. I love that inclusion, honestly. It feels really awesome in the deck.
And also, it's not even just Squawk abilities. If you with the luxurious cape on, as we watched with Luke Morsa during his Doom regional run, you can KO big things on the bench.
Yeah,
you can KO something in the active, and you actually hit harder for almost less energy than you do with a Zacian.
Yeah, actually, no, because you're doubling up on your damage, right? So you really only have to attach. Like you said, Luminion. Once the cape is on there, everything from Luminion up to what are we talking? Like, because you're sitting at 170 HP, if I'm not mistaken. 100, no, yeah, 100.
Like what? No, it's 100 plus 90. I think you said
that. Yeah, 190 HP. So, I mean, so you can put on. Is that 360? That seems crazy. 300
energy. No. I think it tops out at 360. Sorry.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, that knocks out. Unless you've got charms on your Charizard EX or something, that's knocking out pretty much everything in the game right now.
All right, let's see what else we've got here. But Alpaca's saying it's towards the list of 1 card difference. That makes sense. Considering Tord has become probably the Guardy master. Let's see. Okay, let's keep looking around. Let's actually update the standings because we got quite a few games done here in the second round. Things are moving quite fast. We can actually get a better look at what's winning and what's not. Gardevoir and Chin-Pao Excalibur are not.
Yeah, it is. I was gonna say it is the most popular, both of those decks, and they are both getting thrashed right now. Actually, that's miserable win percentage.
To be fair, let's see how many of them are double no shows. Like some of them will be double no shows. So let's see. Was that Dingle? DINLGE. Did not show up. So to be fair, you would take that one out.
Yeah, you're right. There's probably a number of people that will also be in that camp. So not the most telling numbers right now, at least. But Cloth though, Cloth sitting at 4-3.
Yeah, Cloth's having a nice one. We saw it on stream today.
That was actually a surprise, and it won. Right, that was even after prizing 6 Pokemon in one of those games. I was able to win things out. That's ridiculous.
So I don't know if you know who is Lucas Oldsdale. He's a kind of a local to me. He won Toronto regional for the seniors. Was complaining that he posted that on Twitter and got more engagement than he did if he had actually when he won the regional.
Yeah, I did see that on Twitter actually. Oh man,
I'm like, poor Lucas.
Yeah, the Cloth is in here. Charizard seems to be doing pretty dang well. Notably absent is, well, not absent, but definitely not taking the amount of the meta that it was taken before. Roaring Moon kind of getting put in its place a little bit here. Still boasting an okay record to start. Again, not sure about what is DQ and what is not no shows, but it's still kind of up there. It's still making waves. And I mean, it seems like a pretty fun deck. I tested it for a couple hours and it kind of does a lot of the things you want like a fast deck to do, but boy, does it feel like it runs out of steam so quickly.
It does. Like it's a deck like a 100% turbo deck where it wants to get everything set up turn one, and then maybe use the water E-switch. That one's been a little bit spicy. From what some of the players who play it have told me is it's not worth it. It's like cool, maybe you get a 2 price turn.
A little bit of an extra gambling in there. But I mean, yeah, this is very much like a lot of those we've seen. This one's actually playing the Moltres V in there, which I think has been I
think the Moltres V makes sense with the E-switch, considering it's essentially a free one.
Right. You can just use that ability, pop it over onto one of your Roaring Moons. And obviously with that 8-3 split of the waters too, you're also looking to potentially put in Greninja as that 1 prize attacking threat, which is also great. It will potentially eat up a lot of those resources. And I think that's part of the problem, right? Like you're squawkabilling away a hand usually. You're digging through so much of your deck. You're hoping you find a Setas. You're using a lot of energy switches. And especially with things like Radiant Greninja where those energies are being discarded, if you can't chain those Setas, it gets really, really tough. So I actually do like the inclusion of the Moltres V. Kind of gives you a little bit more of an insurance policy a little bit later in the game, which I think is definitely really nice.
So looking at some of the other decks, we do have 8 other decks. Currently one is 2-0. We love the other decks here. Always do.
So
this is
a Yamask Zot.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's the it's the coffin deck. Oh baby.
Maybe we'll reach out to this player and see if they can stream next round. Always like in the other decks on round 3, technically. Round 1 for us casting, but round 3 in the tournament. And see if we can get them on and see what they could do. Shuckle Zekro? Oh, awesome. I also think for the follow. Are you able to stream that? But okay,
yeah, let us know.
Yeah, let us know.
I think there was
to be honest, there is the streamer curse, and we might put you on and you might get curb stomped, and I'm sorry.
I was gonna say the caster curse is real. Be warned. I think I saw a build. I don't know if it was a build like this exact build, but I did see a build of Kofagrigus, I think from one of the people that plays Andrew Mahone's home shop, Full Tilt Games, and apparently it did really, really well. So, Full Grip, not Full Tilt, Full Grip Games.
Yeah, Full Grip.
It seems to have done pretty good. So, hey, maybe we've just all been asleep and the coffin's about to come wake us up. Natuzat. I also love the Natuzat. I think Natuzat, there's some of my favorite Pokemon. It feels so broken on paper. Obviously, getting them set up is kind of a not really an issue, but just something that'll maybe teeter away from you setting up other strategies. And there's obviously better acceleration out there, but it feels really cool in this deck. They're really cool Pokemon. I hope that at some point they are broken, busted, and some degree of meta staple, but we'll see.
We'll see. And for some reason now my headphones are picking up a lot better. I don't think it was you. I think it was on my side, which is weird. But no idea. Things are sounding fine anyways. It was just now a little bit better. Discord. Do. No.
Discord does things. Discord things sometimes, for sure.
Okay, this is something for anyone who streams. Make sure your hardware acceleration is off. Discord hates hardware acceleration. No idea why, but especially if you're on Mac, it will just absolutely destroy your stream quality. All right, let's take a little bit more. We see the Miraidon Flaffy 5-4, Snorlax Stall 3-4. This is interesting. Entei Iron Valiant is 4-1.
It's actually, it was just the James that you had mentioned that we often like to see the games for, is running that Iron Valiant. Has that build with the Metachem V to set up those yoga loops is pretty disgusting. I wonder what matchups they've run into, because
I've played a lot of this one. Right now they've run into Iron Valiant. I'm guessing this is the Jolteon version.
Okay.
And then Charizard. The thing about those matches, and chat was talking about it as well, you have to clear their board and put them into a really bad state early. So, like, if you get the turn 1 Yoga Loop, or if you can at least KO something, like, you should be fine, especially if you don't use your Forest Seal Stone. But once you get Iono to like 2 or 3, if you don't get a really good Iono, you're kind of stuck.
Right, you have like no real way of drawing cards other than top decking supporters. So yeah, you need to have that proper setup, hoping that you held that Forest Seal Stone a little bit later to kind of draw what you need for the end game. But yeah, I mean, if you're wiping those really pivotal game pieces that some of these decks need, if you're taking out the early Frigibaxes against Chien-Pao, or taking out some of the early Pidgeys in the Pidgey build of Charizard, or even just the Charmanders early on, that can be pretty detrimental to those evolution based decks that really need those to keep, or to really get their engine rolling. So yeah, it's a scary deck. I think saw it on stream today as well. I think Jared Grimes ran into the curse of the stream, and
he got
bodied
so bad. I was like, I know Jared, and I'm like, he's a great guy. I'm like, yeah, I was watching him. So I was playing Chien-Pao, and that's all he was playing against. I'm like,
pain.
May the odds be in your favor, because he wants to go first and they want to go second, and that is not what you want.
All of the Chien-Pao believers were in shambles watching that stream game for sure. Made it today too, though. I think so.
Yeah, I think he picked it back up. So. And there was also we saw Vic Ong. I think that's how you say his last name. He's one of our casters. I usually call him It's Vic. That's like his name. He brought the Aselgor in Mew.
I did see that,
and that was like completely interesting. I'm like, okay, and like it worked, and it seems like it is working. So
I'm wondering if we're going to see that pickup. And I think it was decent as like a meta card, because if you're already expecting a fair amount of Charizard, maybe before when it was just Charizard that you were worrying about that matchup in particular, it wasn't necessarily important to have that inclusion. You could kind of get over it, hope to dodge that matchup a little bit. But now that Roaring Moon is also in the picture, you're talking about two pretty significant decks where the Aselgor can feel pretty good. So the fact that it did well, I think it probably would have done even better if we were seeing the online meta share of Roaring Moon that we were seeing a couple weeks ago, or about a week ago, having transitioned over, but seems to have cooled off. So even then, though, if you're running into that matchup, it feels pretty good with that Aselgor, I'm sure.
All right, let's look at the metagame share difference between. Let's just use the first week, Paradox versus Legal, which actually almost double the amount of people than what we have tonight, but it's still fair enough to say 20% of the meta share almost of Roaring Moon.
Yeah,
down to 6. And then if we count the regional, which is best of 3 and everything else, 300 people, again, not a complete 1-to-1, 15%. So we're just watching it slowly going down.
Slip a little bit. And I mean, it is to be expected. You have that like new new toy syndrome with that new deck, and it is a pretty fun, like whenever a new turbo deck comes out, obviously people are going to be spamming it. Feels pretty good to play, but now it's kind of I think I mentioned earlier, but kind of getting put in its place. I feel like people are realizing that there's definitely just better decks to be playing right now, but still a pretty decent alternative if you can dodge the Excel Gore-Tex now, as well as some of those matchups that don't really care about your one-shotting beat sticks. Guardy being probably the worst offender of just kind of playing from behind and being able to get over those 230 or even 290 numbers when it needs to.
Yeah, someone it's chat saying when you brick with Moon, you brick hard. So
yeah, that's no joke.
Looking at the Zoro box coming in, so that still exists. We got a Lightning Jolteon, looking for that reversal energy, going off for 180.
You're hitting Lightning 180. What are you
against EX?
What are you trying to hit with this?
You're trying to hit like Lugia.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, because Electivire's not going to do it. I'm assuming that's what they're going after. That. I'm trying to think of anything else. Anything else that they're looking to get? Like Super Spicy Breath, Scovillain is trying to go after Charizard.
Right.
Cetitan, I think, is also going after Lugia stuff. It's going after anything with special energy. Scizor here. They actually put a Scyther in there too, so it's like they almost tech between the two, Scizor and Cleaver.
Interesting. Yeah, I like the Scizor inclusion. Scizor feels pretty cool. I think that actually gets a lot of mileage in the current meta. But
thank you, Alpaca, for correcting it. If this Pokemon, I misread it. Totally fine. You're putting a triple acceleration energy on it anyways.
Yeah.
Mediana for the Mew VMAX matchup. Slowbro to finish the game out. Wow. Zorobox, it's like still on the outside looking in, but sometimes it doesn't. It kind of wants to feel like it's one good card away, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I haven't really tested with or against it, so I'm not really sure what it's missing to really break through. I'd love some context on maybe some of the people that play a little bit more, maybe watch some more matches, because it does. I mean, on paper, right, it feels like it just does everything. It's that deck that is built to just counter whatever is in front of it and keep attacking over and over from a point of type advantage.
Yeah, I'm going to drag us real quick into one of the rooms just to check something.
There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's not surprising because it is also like a. I mean, you had to set up that evolution line. I'm wondering if something like TM Evolution help that deck set up a little bit quicker. I don't know if that's already something that gets run.
I wonder if it would. Professor Poke, at least from the screen you're on right now, it looks a little bit better. I'll definitely check in throughout after this round again and give a check as well. It doesn't look anywhere near as blurry as it used to. No.
No, I'm saying a deck designed to beat everything is inconsistent naturally. Yeah, that fits. That's definitely the MO of that sort of deck. I guess you just have to hit the high roll.
Let's see. Let's go to our standings. We do have Alpaca streaming. We do have Luigi. I'm not sure. I'm not always sure who everyone is, so I'm always looking. Hell there. James. Lazy's usually a good one. He's our resident Lugia player.
Yeah, Randall playing as well.
We are Randall's also
with the Gardevoir actually.
Also for anyone, right? It doesn't matter what table you stream on. We join you. We're just waiting. There's a tie, and we're just making sure there's no judging issues. That's usually what happens. It's just because I don't want to sit there and be like, hey, why did you call me 5 minutes after you tied, kind of thing. I give them like a 3-minute window to call if something's wrong.
Yeah, the coffin is 2-0. It's pretty high. We'll see if it can make a deep run. I love to see that deck make a big run.
It's Tournament of Doom. You never know.
No, that's best part.
So we got that.
Love the rogue.
They haven't called it by now. I'm going to pair the next round. Let's get going and let's find our match. Yeah.
Rolling into round 3, right?
Into round 3. They're playing against James. Okay, so we know that. What was some of the other ones we were looking at? Some of the other people. He hit Alpacas at Tina. Let's. If you're streaming, if you can actually update your table status, that'd be great as well. Like what your matchup is, that helps us out a lot too. And what was Luigi playing?
Not sure.
I also have almond milk. Rapid Strike box still is a thing. Almond milk's playing control, but they're up against Mew. I mean, we could also just test out James's stream. He is playing Ente Valiant. Give him a good stress test here. Help him out.
Yeah, I think that'd be great. I'd love to see this deck in action.
He took third in our regional, so I mean he deserves it. I mean,
against Lugia, actually. Lugia, no hands? Is that bait?
Ooh, that might be, but we'll see. Yeah, it looks like it's running much smoother this stream, so we could have one. All right, it looks like the game's starting. Let's go ahead and transition over. All right, we have an ID already.
An ID?
Yeah, some people prefer to ID.
Really?
Maybe they're up against a friend, or it's a matchup like
a coin flip matchup, I guess.
Yeah. So you just take the ID and move on. No friendly fire.
Fair enough.
All right. I'll have a little issues here, but still going.
Yeah, there we go.
I think his game's a little bit laggy, but that's live for you sometimes.
Yeah, definitely a bit of stuttering.
But trust me, this is better.
Maybe at all.
Beforehand, it used to be really blurry, and it would seem like you needed glasses.
Yeah, I feel like as long as it's clear, I'll take some stuttering here and there. Oh, it seems to be smoothing out. Maybe it was just getting into game where the
3D models, I think.
Yeah, getting itself rolling, but yeah, this will be great. Going second Valiant, so Blazy is going to get an opportunity to maybe set up a little bit more. And I'm not sure if this is a single strike or the colorless build, but
Blazy likes to run the colorless build.
So I don't think we'll be seeing any donks. And I mean, it's not like Lugia is filling up that bench up too much to start things off. Usually you want one Lugia, 2 Lugias for the insurance policy in case one of them gets knocked out, or you can play around the rope. Great beyond start though. We actually see the rope in hand for James as well. So
James could possibly KO the Lugia V. I think he has to hit. If the bench doesn't fill up more, he doesn't want to do more.
Yeah, I guess you don't really want to risk giving targets for getting pinged with Iron Valiant. I don't think you You don't necessarily play anything really small enough for that to happen, though, right?
No. What you're probably most afraid of is filling up that bench and then
for the ante damage.
Yes. And then because he has a single Lugia out, your opponent plays escape rope. You want to either have it on the bench where it's not going to easily get knocked out, or hope they have to play multiple ropes and then it doesn't matter anyways.
Because you need full bench. I need to pull up the ante text. Is it 30 per bench, 20 per bench Pokemon? Thought I had this pulled up.
It's 20 plus 20 for every benched.
20 plus 20 for every bench. Okay, so with your full bench, you'd be doing 120.
He priced the Squawkabilly.
The one bench. No. Okay,
so
unlikely we see that here. They already researched, right? That was their supportive returns.
First thing they did.
Yeah, so probably not going to see the Lugia knockout here.
And there's no way to power up the Charizard to the 5 required energy to be able to take just a straight knockout. One thing I've been playing around with this deck is I've been trying to test out Raihan for some of the issues, but it's still in the end does not feel like it gets there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, like that is a good inclusion, right? Because like you don't have to just another out to get you out of looking for the Magma Basin and maybe one more energy to get things rolling, and you get to search for a card, which is super nice.
The worst part here for James feels a little bit like he might be in a position where he's not going to be able to. He's going to fall behind, and then that's it. I don't know if he ever gets fully going against it. But then again, Lugia can completely miss.
That's true. We keep giving kind of doubling down on the fact that this Lugia isn't dying, but there might not be access to a Lugia V-Star. There might not be access to getting both those Archeops in the discard. So
currently, there's 0 Archeops in the discard. They played 1 card, maybe.
Not sure. There could be holding something like a Professor's Brunette. Could be holding the Holy Grail of Ultra Ball away, 2 Archeops for your Lugia V-Star. Chef's Kiss.
That was probably one of my favorite all-time moves when playing Lugia. Well, unless I got on a Lugia mirror and I watched my opponent do that, and then they had turn 2 set up, and I went, "Oh, hi, no, I guess I'm losing." Getting the double Forest Seal Stone out, though, that feels amazing.
There's the Burnett.
There's the Burnett. Now the question is, do you have the Ultra Ball,
E-Star,
or do you have an Evo? There's the Ultra Ball.
Actually, tossing the Lumineon, I wonder if they have research in hand ready to rock or something to start getting into those single prize attackers.
At least for the next turn. Because here's the poor thing. And there's the Jet Energy. Iron Valiant gets KO'd by Lugia.
Yep, 220 exactly feels really good. As long as you're not attaching the double Turbo Energy, which will not be needed here.
The V-Guard energy also comes into play. So now a full bench of 220 does not KO it. You have to minus 30 everything in the Entei does.
There's the first knockout, and we still have no energy on any of these mons, no Magma Basin developed. You have double Forest Seal Stone, so maybe thinking about just stoning for something like a research here to hopefully play the game this turn.
I think you have to. And like the rope feels like it's something you want to do. But then that Lugia just moves out and it'll sit on the bench and it'll be fine. You'll never get another shot at it. Yeah,
and it'll be it could even get pushed up again to rip another attack. We're up there pushing up the Drapion makes a lot of sense here. So I think we could see a KO on this Drapion if you can get one of these NTVs powered up. And there's the Star Alchemy. My best bet is on the Professor's Research here.
Now, one of the plays that will probably be a little bit underlooked is if you got enough damage onto that Lugia and you did the damage and everything. Oh my, this is not what you want to see.
Oh
no. You could Yoga Loop turn. That's something people don't. Sometimes you can get the 2-prize hit, but then you could Yoga Loop and get something back. But yeah, no, this feels.
It's time to spam the Fleet Foot. Oh no!
Oh no! Oh no!
Has access to one more Fleet Foot off of the Jet Energy attach as well, and has plenty of switching cards right now. Though you'd love to be using those.
Does he
or
even
the
have a
Iron
fire?
Valiants instead. There's a Magma Basin. Is there a fire in the discard?
There is. It's glowing. It has to be.
Yep. There we go.
Right.
So it does just get there, I think.
One of the issues you're going to run into though is you're taking 20 damage here, and you don't have a guaranteed way of healing it off and getting something back into the active.
Which does mean the Lugia is there to knock it right back out. Jet Energy up. That's tragic. Almond Milk. Got turn 2 KO'd playing Lax. That's tough.
Mm-hmm. I played a Lax earlier today when I was playing Zard. They Erica's Hospitality me 3 times, and every time all I had in my hand was evolution Pokemon. And I was like, I win.
Oh no, it was actually short of the knockout because they didn't get enough pings
But remember,
on the Drapion.
Remember what I said? Yoga Loop turn.
Yoga Loop turn. That's very true.
That could happen.
And does have the next Professor's Research lined up in hand. So we could definitely see it here. Probably going to see a return KO onto this NTV. Opens up that bench space. Nest Ball for that Metacham V. Hit a couple switches. Actually, you don't even need to hit a couple switches. You can Yoga Loop off the rip. That thing has 10 HP left in the active.
So that can be easily KO'd with either you go with the Yoga Loop turn, or you can use the Iron Valiants. That's going to be the thing. Like, how do you want to handle this? He puts down a fish. That's a target. Weirdier.
Actually digging for the Weirdier V. Is going to retreat into this Lugia. It's just opting to attack into the Lugia as well.
And now we also lose our Magma Basin.
Or with the Lugia, excuse me.
I think that's what's helping Lugia and Roaring Moon be so good, is that the ability to knock off stadiums is kind of underrated.
Yeah, it hurts decks like these a lot, because that is quite literally your only way of getting energies onto your Pokemon.
Oh, that's right. Did we toss the Yoga Loop already? He's going to go with the Zard. You know what? I can agree with that. Because then you switch your prize count up. You can take a 4-prize turn here. The question is, do you want Chorus or do you want to research? You have to find one fire energy.
It's tough. You're guaranteed the knockout on the Drapion with current in hand, so yeah, the Chorus there feels pretty solid.
So you get the KO on the Lugia, you get the KO on the Drapion. They just tossed a Snorlax last turn. Put the Weirdier in. This is one of those things this deck is kind of lacking, like we talked about the Raihan. Rod. Would Rod make sense just to try to get the second attack with a Charizard?
is going to go double switch with the fire here. So is going to get an attack off with that Radiant Charizard. Is going to get that 20 damage ping there to finish off the Drapion.
By Drapion.
And I think this gift energy is going to be drawing a mere 2 cards.
Yep, only
It's
2.
not-
And we
which
got
is
one
not-
more booster energies.
A whole lot. So we know Weirder is in hand, but 4 special energy are about to leave the board.
Yeah, I hope you find your dad. Someone's watched Elf recently.
There's the knockout.
There's the gift energy for 2.
2. And suddenly we're at an even game.
It's going to come down to, is Weird enough and will be enough to KO something on the bench? Because they need boss's orders. There's the Weird Deer. There's the Jet Energy. There's
Doesn't
Frontier Run.
have. I was about to say.
There's the boss. That's game.
Very nice. He's going to go with the Primal Turbo as long as there's enough energies left in deck. Going to be able to accelerate plenty of energy to that Weirder, and that is game 1 over. Blazy with the Lugia.
Blazy has been really the Resident King Lugia. Like, he's so good with it.
Great display there, and yeah, honestly, this matchup, even getting that Yoga Loop turn, I think that might have maybe switched the conversation a little bit, but giving up 4 prizes that quickly is definitely a tough hill to climb, and obviously you have access to things like boss through the Luminion with that Lugia, so you can pretty comfortably play around this Radiant Charizard as well. Seems a little tough for this deck, I'm not gonna lie. You're not exactly benching a whole lot of small things to get Yoga looped early either, so
No. And so it's probably one of the harder matchups for this deck. Like we're just talking, like I'm just talking the same points. But also on top of it, the Lugia hits the right numbers. The 220 is usually enough because you're going to take the damage with the magma basin, and you're just like, okay, I'm going to take that extra 10. And like if James had a double switch out, if you could switch into it and then switch cart and then get the thing out of there, I think he would have been fine. He would have survived the Lugia attack, and then we'd be talking differently. But wasn't able to get there. See, oh yeah, there he is. There's James in chat right now saying the same thing we just said.
having to burn switches to find base, and yeah, that was rough. Having to use your switches for the 1 fleet foot draw is definitely not the position you want to be in, but
So we got
sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
So what version of Charizard's killing it right here? Pidgeot version. Okay, this has been a debate. I'm talking with my testing group. I don't know who else is. Do you use the Bibarel version or do you use the Pidgeot version?
Yeah, it's an interesting conversation because TM evolution feels so good into that Bibarel.
It does.
That's like a fantastic option. So you can usually evo up one of your Charizard or one of your Charmanders. Oh my goodness, Charmanders.
Yeah,
Up into the one of or maybe two of Charmeleon. So you have a little bit of that insurance. And having the 100 HP Charmeleon is also huge because even if you don't get an early mana fee, that actually plays around those decks that are running that Greninja, which can be super beneficial because it just kind of sits on your bench. And most people aren't going to want to be bossing up a Charmeleon unless it's your only one. And yeah, I mean, that Bibarel can feel so fantastic once you have that up early because that's 120 HP as well. That doesn't go down easy unless it's getting bossed by something that's ready to attack.
I agree with
I
that.
like the Beeb. I like the Beeb, and I think it benefits more from the TM evolution than this build does. I think the one of Pidgeotto uh, is honestly probably going to feel like a brick more often than not. But
Yeah, because like you do still end up playing 3 rare candy, but as the chat's also saying, Path to the Peak is just too good. And this is what benefits Charizard right now is the Bibero. It's essentially path immune. And you can go find
and it Iona proves you, which is great.
I know. I have played enough Charizard mirrors today where the thing is you go after their Beaver, their Beaver King, whatever you want to call it, as early as you can. That's what happened.
Yeah, that's also a very important card oftentimes in the Champao matchup. If you can take out that Bibarel, when you can maybe hit him with an Iona or something like a Roxanne in the late game, that deck can also really run out of steam without that Bibarel. So it feels pretty awesome. I don't know if you have quite as much hand thinning, in the Charizard builds that we've been seeing, which is why I think that might be a consideration as well. But at least when the early Charizard builds were coming through with the Pidgeot, it did feel like it collapsed the path. It did feel like it often collapsed to a boss's orders plus, hand disruption earlier in the round, and they couldn't quite get up to the number of cards that they needed.
I need to move our table real quick. Just one moment. Okay. Just
there's a lot of things that feel pretty good with the Bibarel.
Okay, no, I was just checking a result, and we were able to see it right here. But yeah, no, Bibarel feels great. Like I need to go out. Oh, here's time for sponsor message. As you can see it on the chat thing too. I'm going to be heading to Tabletop Village. Tabletop Village is the premier Pokemon destination in the world. Located in Seattle, Washington, in the International District near Lumen Field, Brian and his team can help you find any Pokemon singles, products, obscure products, playmats, whatever you need. They can find it. They can get it for you. And if you use code DOOM5, that's DOOM 5, numerical 5, you can get 5% off your order of anything. That includes other card games, Magic, Flesh and Blood, Lorcana, Digimon, One Piece, any of those. Again, code DOOM5 at tabletopvillage.com. Sorry.
Yeah, shout out to Tabletop Village for making things like these come together. Definitely a massive boon for the community. So great to have that sort of support for events like these.
Right. They are great. And the other one I had a sponsor shout out is Doomed Gaming, but that's my stuff. You guys should already be buying my playmats, so
Exactly. All right, so Blazy, resident Lugia player, is 3-0 alongside a Charizard list, 2 Charizard lists, and 2 Roaring Moon lists. So the conversion of the Roaring Moon seems to be all right, even though we are seeing far fewer of them in this particular tournament.
All right, just one moment. Games. The coffin bricked and whiffed. Oh.
Feels bad.
Yeah, feels bad.
Do you also have a Tina that's sitting on 2-1? Lost Box Tina?
Lost Box Tina will always be that deck. Like, it feels like it will be great. Like, we got a 3-0 where I just updated the standings. And it's like, okay, everything will happen, everything will go. And then you play it to a tournament, and then you break every single game.
Seeing that list here, running a 3-3 line of the Tina. That Jet Energy feels so ridiculous, man. Every when they first introduced that that card and it started getting played in this deck, it just felt so right for it. But the counter catcher here, I think, is obviously what a lot of people have taken note of. Because now that boss that can often feel like a brick early in the game, you don't want to be playing out those boss. You want to be pretty much chaining choruses throughout. Now that you can just counter catcher things up and move, because I think that's one of the difficulties. That's one of the ways that it was actually really easy to win against Tina, was just to get stuff that wasn't Tina into the active. Just moving their board around, forcing them to use other cards, including boss, manipulating your board away from the Tina so that you would force them to play something like a boss, and it would very much slow their gameplay on down. Now with the counter catcher, obviously Lost Box does not have any issue going behind in prizes, so that is live a large percent of the time.
At least Lost Zone Tina. Lost Box itself, what were we even at percentage for that tonight outside of Gear Tina?
It's a good question.
2. And they're 1 and 3, 1 and 4.
And they're going through it.
So Guardy isn't doing as well. Actually, that reminds me, I need to detect inactive players. I need to do that every round, because if you don't show up for 2 rounds, you are out. I'm sorry.
Guardy does appear to be getting cooked, but we'll see if that changes with the
so we got 2 3
inactive player check.
A 201, a 2-1. This was a 0-1 drop. They were a drop, but they never showed up. This person's tied twice. That's interesting.
Damn.
1-2. So after that, I think everyone else is still showing there. So we have a lot of 1-2s. A 1-0-2, which they win out after those 2 ties. They can still get in top cut.
Rambo is actually doing pretty well with the deck right now as well. 2-1. Not too shabby to start things off.
Let's see. Cloth. We got a 2-1 Cloth. Actually, how well is Cloth doing tonight? Not good. Not good at all.
Could be better. Could certainly be better. Likewise with the Roaring Moon, we're seeing some that are floating to the top there with decent records, but otherwise the Roaring Moon is lagging a little bit behind.
Right on Flaffy. It's got a bunch of 2-1s, a 1-2, and an 0-1 drop, which sucks. Savid's a great player. I like watching his decks. Sometimes he comes up with some really fun decks. The guy was bringing Rapid Strike and Teleon for months, and he would just he gave faith to us Rapid Strike players. We'd sit there and watch him win, and it's like, oh please, and then it just doesn't convert to IRL.
Yeah, actually running the Miraidon build that is very, very Lost Hands focused. By the way, there is no path to the peak in this Miraidon. Just going full into that Turbo Hands. This is the other build. This is what I think I've gotten a little bit more used to seeing recently, even after the release of the Iron Hands EX. Could you even call it the best Judge Path deck with Mew still running around? I don't really know.
Mew doesn't really run Judge Path that much anymore. They've kind of filtered off from it. Let's actually see what the Mew decks here even have. We did have a Fusion Mew win the first week, and we watched him. It was Nelson Guillen, a local of mine, known as Moxie Roxy online. He went and just played around Roaring Moon so well and with Fusion Mew and destroyed. Which we have.
I think they've been
2 Mew decks and one's 2-1.
I think Town Store has been the new stadium inclusion in some of these to try and a little bit more security, grabbing that Forest Seal Stone as well, which does seem to slot really nicely into the deck if you're not running that path to the peak.
Exactly. Chat asking, what is the record to get into top cut? 6-1-1 is normally clean. But we're not doing 8 rounds, we're doing 7. So tonight, 5-1-1 will usually get you in. I got 2 calls about slow play. I need to be able to watch your screen to tell, otherwise there's not much I can do. But
Goal is to win at least 3. That's a good goal. I like that. That's usually my approach to a lot of these tournaments. We do have the Goldengo in here, which we haven't talked about a whole lot because I don't know if it's considered a real deck. Is Champao a more real deck than Goldengo EX? My poor Champao. That was actually the first deck that I really went ham with playing paper. And it's I mean, I have a blast with Champao, but sometimes you're just hitting that Pokestop button turn 1, praying for something to come bail you out. Not the best look, not the best feel. I'm also a Snorlax stall hater, but I can understand why it's a blast to watch the suffering of the person on the other side. It's actually not doing too bad for the time being either. Do have a 4-5 record so far, and we've got 4 of them.
Well, there's one of them. I like playing against decks like this, but I'm not too fond of it. Like playing against it. Okay, I like playing against it, but at the same time, I don't like playing it. I have a hard time playing control. Sorry, my mind's... I'm all over 5 places. We have an issue with possible slow play. They have a recording of the match, so I'm trying to find somewhere where they can upload it. But it's usually easier if we're able to... if possible, able to see it live. It's harder to make a call off a recording or a screenshot. So I try to be transparent with this. I'm looking at the decks they were playing. It was a Charizard versus a Palkia deck.
Shout out the pure Palkia, by the way. Actually, this list is really odd. It's actually running the 1 of Mimikyu, 1 of Champao.
Yeah, I know.
And 2 Iron Valiant. So I actually did see whisperings of the Iron Valiant being an inclusion for Palkia. Just to kind of get it over the line sometimes with the awkward damage counts that you sometimes struggle to hit with that Palkia V-Star.
I'm just waiting. I'm going to give them a few more minutes, but I can't wait forever for a slow play call. Because you should be able to upload a video onto Judge Screenshot. Looks like they are. And then we could... Taiga Style, thank you for the follow. Again, like... And Awesome Wow, thank you for the follow as well. This is another judging thing. We'll talk in, and I actually want your opinion on this, Mellow Crit. Some people come in because of what's going on with what it's called. Okay, that's just the timer. Sorry, you guys saw that. They'll say their opponent doesn't have a way to win, and they should be gifted the win because of that. Do you or do you not agree with that? Considering it's open deck list, you can tell your opponent doesn't have a way to win.
I mean, whether you should or shouldn't, I guess, comes down to the person. Like, if I'm in that position and okay, well, it actually, there's a lot of layers to the it depends part. I think if you're depending on where you are in a tournament run, if you can legitimately play for a tie by taking the appropriate game actions, I think there can be an argument for it. Like I know this actually happened locally. Funny enough, when you bring this up, there was a Snorlax stall player who won their first round, but was having a very, very hard time kind of setting them up. They were playing pretty slow. And so their opponents, what they started doing was just taking game actions, right? Not necessarily slow playing, not necessarily, doing anything particularly wrong, but the Snorlax player didn't actually have a way to win per se. There was just a way for their opponent to lose, and they ended up going a time. And these were longer best of ones. So, I mean, it's difficult. It's difficult to say. If it's me on that side of the table, I'm giving the win over. It'd be a little hard to enforce that requirement just because there is always the chance, right, that your opponent makes some sort of tremendous misplay that could open things up. And I don't know. It's something that you could certainly play for. Open deck list is also a whole other can of worms because, like you said, you can kind of just know whether your opponent has anything to play. Great area for sure, is what I will say.
All right.
Hi, I'm the Snorlax stall player. Don't hate me. I don't hate Snorlax stall. It actually is an interesting matchup. Some of my favorite matches I've had in the last couple of weeks have actually been against Snorlax stall. It does feel like a little bit demoralizing playing against that deck when it gets like all of the right pieces at the right time. But at the same time, that deck can also fall apart if it doesn't hit all the right pieces at the right time. And the interactions get pretty awful in the mid and late game, if I'm going to be completely honest. But it is a valid deck. But you always have to play to your outs, right? And if one of your outs is your opponent potentially making a catastrophic misplay, that's always a possibility, is what I will say.
Luigi, what deck were you playing? I'm going to jump into this table anyways. Shin? Let's get Shin on. We haven't had a Shin on in like 2 weeks.
Sweet.
Let's do it. If you actually want to see a matchup where it seemed like they had no outs to win and they almost won anyways, last week's I'll reference a lot of the regional because there's we had a lot of games. Like when you do best of 3 for 14 hours, you have a lot of games. You end up having a lot of great plays. We watched Celios Network go up against Stall, and it seemed like he had no outs, but the outs he did have was actually the timer.
Yeah. No, that's exactly right.
So we were watching the whole game. So he was doing his actions fast, but he was redoing his deck. He was resetting things, putting cards back in, and like he lucked out on the Misfortune Sisters like 3 times. And the other player couldn't do anything until finally he did run out, and then he conceded right away. And then he took game 3, if I remember right. Or he tied. I don't remember exactly what happened. But he took game 1 within like 2 turns. So he had enough time in game 2 to just stall it out as much as he could.
Yeah, that's kind of part of it, right? And that plays into the time rules even in normal, like not PTCG live tournaments. If the Snorlax player is taking their sweet time setting up, and you think you might have a possibility of winning, you think that they might make a slip or something, you might put down an escape rope, and they might just push up the wrong thing. I'd say keep playing it out. And I mean, a victim of the time rule, sure, it happens more often than I think we would like, but it is a reality of how you have to figure out how to play this game, for sure.
So we're going to have Chen Pao going up against Gardevoir. And we're going to see it in Portuguese, which is always fun to see what the cards say in other languages. Irida is still Irida, though.
Good old Irida. And they have 3 in hand, so feels all right, I guess. At least when you put down this... actually, no, that Pokestop's going to go down. They're going to rip it, and it's still going to mill the last Irida. That's like 99% chance of happening.
It's going to mill all 3 Baxcaliburs. Only the 3 Baxcaliburs.
Oh, is this list running 3? Because I was saying it could just mill the 2 backs and
there's only 1 in the deck.
No way.
No way. I don't even know what their full records are. I just chose this because as a person who's playing a fun deck, a fun-ish deck. I do have fun with the Iron Hands against the Lost Box. I won't lie there.
Yeah.
And get some new people on. Like, we have some people on every week. It's just like, let's get some new people on. Never hurts.
Is this we're watching this isn't Shijin's match?
I think so.
Oh, that might be why then, because I think this is a Palkia.
I'm double checking.
No, it's not.
No, it's Luis Philippe C on the stand if you're looking for his deck list.
Okay.
And he plays 2 Baxcalibur. 2 Frigibax, 2 Baxcalibur. So not even a third Frigibax.
Very interesting. Very nice turn here. Gonna get quite a few things set up. This is the dream turn. Especially going second where you have access to that Irida. There's going to be double Frigibax, Bidoof. You got the Manaphy there to protect against an early Screamtail.
I mean, you from the Chien-Pao side, you're really hoping they don't put down their own Manaphy.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, but that is an Avery.
I feel like,
and that is the fear now. That new inclusion into the Guardy list actually does a lot of work, especially against the Chien-Pao. Certainly against some of the other decks that are very, very setup heavy. So that's brutal. They're gonna have to give up a Bidoof and a Frigibax, but doesn't feel like they can afford to give up that Manaphy because, I mean, the thing we're staring down your board is that Screamtail. So probably not something you want to be at risk of being hit by. But that is going to be a Mirage Step turn here. From the looks of it, does have the energy attached, and we are going to see 1, 2, 3 Kirlias. Don't exactly know how many they have in deck.
Like, I'm kind of looking at
being
it.
Utilized here.
I'm looking at their list, and I believe they play Rod. Almost part of me was like, do you just want to get rid of the Greninja to keep the Bidoof? That's what I was wondering. I think they play it. Trying to re-upload their list. I mean, it's Chien-Pao. They play 2 Super Rods.
Yeah, and I mean, they already had the Irida in hand there. Maybe they were a little bit worried about the hand disruption there. But they are going to get off this Irida, picking up Earthen Vessel to keep digging for those energies.
Yeah, I did the Kirlios time. But that's exactly right, because they have everything they need to do that. There's the Rod, but there goes Irida.
There's the Irida.
So you can Earthen Vessel here. Even more energy.
There's still no Manaphy in play, by the way, for the Guardy player. So
I know.
I think we should be seeing that double KO with the Moonlight Shuriken here.
That's 100% of the way I would go. I would just get rid of the Jirachi. The Jirachi no one's done.
Yeah.
At this point,
I don't know if I like that candy going in the discard.
Because, like, Jirachi's meant to counter Cresselia, but you've already establish your board, Cresselia is going to have a hard time KOing that Baxcalibur.
Not to mention, you could have also dumped the POW there. And, I mean, as long as you don't see that Manaphy on the other side, this Greninja can keep attacking. So, dumping Chien-Pao, you already have the Super Rod in hand to recycle it back. That's actually one of my favorite parts of the new of when we started including the Super Rod in the Chien-Pao build, is the fact that you can actually just use the Chien-Pao as discard fodder for your Ultra Balls and for your Superiors. But assuming they only run, I actually don't know how many rare candies they run here.
I think they run.
Let's see.
I keep closing out the list like a bad caster.
I know. I keep tabbing away.
They play 3, so they've used 1.
Okay.
Tossed 1. If they have 1 more, but if the I just did it again. If the Gardevoir doesn't set up their Manaphy, though, they can just keep farming with the Greninja. And then with the Screamtail out there, there's the possibility of bringing out Iron Hands and finishing the game.
Oh, and that Pokestop mill going to get rid of a baby Guardy and another Avery.
I love Avery's name in Portuguese.
I actually didn't catch it.
It's like
so they do have one Gardevoir to work with at least, so is going to get that Shining Arcana for 2 of a ball to most likely develop another Ralts and hopefully find a way to play this game. But
if they can,
you have to knock out this Greninja. You have to. I feel like you have to knock out this Greninja or find that Manaphy, one of 2, because otherwise both of those Ralts are going to go down anyway.
If you can get the triple acceleration energy here, if they have it, then you get the KO. Okay, we see the Iono. Puts the Chien-Pao down to 4. Cassera. Wow, I love these names. There's the Cresselia.
And pass.
Ooh, but there's no energy in hand now, though.
It's going to be able to set up the Bidoof.
I think you could Pokestop without fear, though, right?
I want to say you want to dig for this Irida first, maybe. I guess you don't really have access to.
Ooh.
Oh, man. Yeah, I think there's an argument for retreat here into Chien-Pao, Shivery Chill for 2, and then draw cards with the Radiant Greninja and hope that you hit something.
Because then you have the rope.
Because you can still set up an attack here with the rope, yeah, so. Still a chance here. Basically just needs superior energy. And he gets 2 off the top. Oh, man.
This is what pain looks like for Gardevoir players.
Oh. Yeah, at this point, it's fair to say that Manaphy is very much sitting in one of those prize cards over there on the top left, and probably not going to see the light of day of the game.
One of the things
continues to progress this way.
You know what's funny? One of the things I see a lot is people who don't automatically select the Battle VIP pass when discarding.
Oh, I know, like you have to think about it.
I'm like, or like you have a flower selecting, one's VIP pass and one's any other card in the deck, and they sit and think on it. I'm like, what are you thinking about? It's turn 5. You don't need the VIP pass anymore. Send it off to what my oldest child calls Super Hell. No, like they were asking about the game. I've told this story 100 times, but it's still very relevant and fun. They were asking like, what was the discard pile? Like, what happens there? And I'm like, oh, it's kind of like like a hell for your cards. And they're like, oh, so when they go to the Lost Zone, like they kind of need the Lost Zone, they go, that's like Super Hell.
Like, I was gonna say, so what do you call hell? Super hell.
Super hell. you, you, don't, you don't come back at all. Like, oh.
Yeah,
You don't come back at all. 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 You don't come back at all.
Yeah, much like this guarded player is probably not going to be coming back from this deficit. I mean, you find a reversal here and maybe attack once. And at this point, I mean, the Chien-Pao, oh man, this goes from bad to worse with this Pokestop. Stop hitting the button if your deck can't hit the button, man. He's going to draw off the Shining Arcana.
One Baz, wasn't there a reason for that? Oh yeah, Arvin.
Just gonna put the Luxurious Cape on the Screamtail. Another Iono. Goodbye, Bidoof. And assuming we see an attack here, this is where it starts to get a little bit dicey for the deck. You don't have that barrel developed quite yet. So not much in the way of draw, especially if this Greninja goes down here. Yeah, counter catcher reversal could actually be pretty brutal here. But at this point, what do you counter catcher? Like if you counter catcher up the backs, you're still dead to this Chien-Pao. They've already set up 2 energies. And assuming there's at least 1 more water energy in deck, Chien-Pao should take it. I'm not sure if they've been keeping track of that energy count though, so
yeah.
Could well
there we go.
Who needs to keep track of it when you just top deck the Super Rod every time? Still only going to take 1 prize here though, so. Well, actually, is there a way to get the Greninja back on the board? I think possibly. I saw a Nest Ball in hand, right? There is a Nest Ball in hand.
So
there's 2 superiors left in deck as well, so.
So I'm just bringing this up real quick. Again, judging transparency. We just ran into a bug that's actually really hard to replicate. And we're trying to... Wow, that hurts. That hurts my soul. Wait, can he grab more energy with the Chien-Pao, or has he already done that?
I think you still have Shivery Chill to work with, so... but something I did notice is the prize card off the top. No, actually drew into it. Oh, no.
You could go the 120 here. But I would rather hold on to it. I would hold on to it.
Yeah, to maybe get this Greninja.
Greninja or Bidoof. Well, we'll see what happens here. Well, okay, you know why this doesn't hurt? If you can somehow get the Iron Hands out, you've weakened that down so you can take 2 prizes for game.
That is true.
But no, what I was talking about, judging wise, is when a bug hits a player, there's not much we can do about the stuff when it's so far in. We had a player who was unable to attach their energy to their Charizard from the thing. So there was like just nothing we can do. Nothing we can do.
Oh, it's the worst.
Yeah. And it's one of those things, like, at least tell us when these bugs happen, because then I can try, at least I keep them together. I try to send to whoever I can. I've been trying, like, there's a Jolteon bug. I've been trying to, like, replicate it. But the problem is everyone always either concedes before I do it and get the bug recorded, or B, I test it with friends and we go through 12 games and I can't get that situation again.
Finally going to see that Guardy EX finally make an appearance. By the way, that first prize card that was taken, I almost missed this, but it actually was, I think, the Manaphy. So
Oh,
The Greninja got turned off. And now there's a very real possibility we could see something like a boss Baxcalibur here. And there is virtually no way for Chen Pao to really set up any more energies until they get another one developed. And that bench is absolutely full.
good old bench lock. Bench lock myself with everything. Here's the 240.
Oh man, and we really are just witnessing Guardy things at this point.
Give him the
I think
Manaphy.
I think that attach of the water energy is really going to hurt.
Yeah, like with the Bibarel, it gave you outs. Now, yeah, you're gonna have to wait another turn because you could discard that and the Battle VIP pass. Bibarel set up,
And the counter catcher's still alive here, so that Baxcalibur is dead. So yeah, this is actually what I thought we might see next turn or last turn. But no Bibarel. No way to see more cards.
Now the counter catcher's not active, but now you're down. You're only backs. And this is where like we're seeing where Gardevoir is so strong right now. Now this is actually an interesting thing. Check their energy count. That Manaphy could get stuck up there.
I was gonna say boss up the Manaphy here might be the realistically the only play, other than maybe Ultra Balling for that Bibarel and finally seeing some cards. But I think at this point in the game, there's no way the Guardian is going to let you set up another Baxcalibur.
Well, they would need their own boss now. I think going after the Beaver is 100% the right move. I would even held on to the Artisan because if you did get the Frigibaxes back in, you now just lost the easiest way to get them back.
Absolutely. Drawn to another copy of Super Rod. Super Rod, there's an Artisan for at least one of them.
Then they need to have boss's orders. See, now
and
we
there's
have
the Rod. Insta punished. Now what do you do? Spin the wheel. Hope to see another Nest Ball maybe. And then Super Rod in, Nest Ball in. Another Frigibax.
We watched this game slowly just get away from them. Hurts.
Yeah, and it really was off of one play, right? It really was off of that extra energy attached that I think we're seeing. This board stage is degrade because losing that first Bidoof and then not setting up that Bibarel is tough.
Oh
yeah. I'm not sure why we didn't see the stop there first either. I agree. It's definitely always stop first. Oh no.
We should have had it. We should have had it. Like if he gets the Bibarel, gets the Rod, plays the Rod, uses Artisan, and then so much more set up.
And now Gardevoir is just going to thin this deck out, probably drawing for a boss's orders, I'd assume, because actually, are we knocking out this Iron Hands right now? Oh yeah, we should have plenty in the discard, and we have an EX developed, so I think this might just be lights out. We can attach 5, so we're hitting for. Oh, actually, that's not quite it. That's 210. But I mean, it's not like Chen Pao is going to be taking turns anytime soon. Anything that actually resembles a turn here.
Screamtail would be great, but oh no, Screamtail wins next turn. Yeah, no, this game felt like it got out. It was slipped. A slight sequencing misplay.
And I think, did we see an attach there from the Shining Arcana? So if there is a boss, I think we got there.
Oh, we're there now.
Yeah. Right? We're hitting for 240, I think, with the 6 energy. And there's the boss's orders.
Yeah, that's it. Too bad the reversal energy is not live, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that was actually huge. We don't actually get there without the Shining Arcana. Actually, we do because of the attach for turn if it's in hand. So,
but the Arcana just feels so much sweeter.
Absolutely. Yeah, that was a little tough. I think a couple lines of misplays there were really critical, and that's the thing, right? I feel like a lot of people have this perception even still that the Baxcalibur deck, the Chen-Pao Baxcalibur deck, is like a high roll, kind of just a high roll deck, but the sequencing is super critical. 1 card short on your next turn is all it takes for your board state to fall apart.
Yeah, and there's the same thing with like Gardevoir. Your sequencing needs to be correct.
Yes.
What deck doesn't need sequencing sometimes? Rory Moon. Rory Moon feels like you can just toss everything and somehow it comes out in the end. It's like, I'm fine. I'm on fire, but I'm fine.
The hardest decision you'll make is whether you Seta in hand or you Squawkabilly that Seta and then wait for your next Seta.
Yep. So looking at some of our updated standings right now, we got 3 4-0s. Blazy killing it with Lugia. Philly Kaiba coming in 4-0 with Rory Moon. Ashot. Coming in 4-0 with the Zoroark box.
All right.
And to be honest, I think they've done this before. They've gone like 5-0 and then they drop. The worst thing you could do to me is go 6-0 and drop on a 7 rounds, because then I have to set up a entire round where everyone IDs. Just to get them out, because like if you're not going to compete in top 8, I'm not going to just put you in there and give someone a free buy.
Yeah, that's not what we want to see.
So like it'll be like, create 2 rounds, ID, nobody wins. Moving on. Cloth, though, coming in at 3-1. Beating up on the Giratina Lost Zone box.
James did manage to win their next match as well, also sitting 3-1 with that Entei Iron Valiant.
I find the Rory Moon is actually a lot better than people think it is, because, again, Rory Moon can stumble. And sometimes Rory Moon doesn't have a stadium out. And then they also don't want to OKO a Entei if it doesn't have damage on it. They would have to use their other move, which then puts them into easy range for just come in with a Iron Valiant ping or ping and then Yoga Loop. Thanks. So it feels like it's much better.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the reality of the Roaring Moon deck is also like, for one, you don't see enough cards, and for 2, you also have no way of stopping your opponent from seeing a lot of cards. That deck list is often so tight, you have no room for something to interrupt the way that your opponents are playing around your board state, which makes it infinitely more difficult to really get anything going once your opponent's set up. So yeah, it's difficult. That one definitely feels like a high roll going second type of deck.
Here's one. Goldingo. Goldingo is 3-1. What have they beat? Entei Iron Valiant, lost to Giratina, Friendly Fire on the other Friendly Fire on the other Goldingo, and then 3-1 onto the Lost Zone. I think
the Jai Flying, man. Yeah, I feel that with the Iona inclusion. That's kind of what it feels like Chen-Pao often has to do. Like the inclusion of the one of Iona, you'd be surprised how often that just comes up at the right moment to try and make like a game-winning push.
Iono is still probably the most broken card we have in format. Roxanne would be number 2 because Roxanne's kind of strong against some decks. Like, it makes more sense like in Giratina than it does anything else. Or, as I saw, I don't remember who it was today. They said they Roxanne with 5 cards left in deck. And they attacked and they needed one more prize, and then the opponent just passed and then they lost. And he said, oops. That is not the way you want to lose, but sometimes that's what happens. You know, you can actually freeze PTCG Live if you tried to Trekking Shoes with a deck of 0.
I believe
it will freeze both players, and the game will crash.
You've trucked too far, Traveler.
I found that one out on accident. We were testing some decks. I think it's a friend, and I did that. And he's like on Discord, like, my game's crashed. Did yours? Mine crashed. You know what? I don't know.
Well, technically, both players should get a game win for defeating PTCG Live, right?
Yeah.
Just crashing that.
I would actually think usually our rulings is if you cause the bug, you lose. So it's like the Gardevoir bug. If you you concede while they're doing their thing, you're already conceding anyways. You lose. But if you go like you do Trekking Shoes and it crashes the game for both people, even if you don't mean it, that's a game loss. I think PTCG Live counts that on the ladder like that. I don't know. I've never done it.
I do believe so. Usually, because when I'm testing Guardy and my opponent disconnects on my last set of attachments, usually I get the crash and then logging back in. I usually get the points.
Yeah,
on the ladder.
As long as you don't press concede, as you X out, it gives you the win.
Right. Broken ladder farming exploit discovered. True. I actually don't know who it would give the win to there, though.
Yeah. It doesn't know the game completely crashed and it's blowing its robot mind. So we got definitely some Guardy dominance tonight going on with 3 of them in the top 8 right now.
And it's not unlike, I feel like, the metagame we're seeing shape out in the LAIC. There is a huge meta share, so you would expect pretty high conversion of that deck. But there's actually quite a few decks in that top 16 that are also rocking the Guardy. So, I mean, deck is good. Deck is really good.
Do we have anybody reporting what the day 2 decks are yet? I know I saw some of it was a lot of Gardevoir on top, but
I think so. So I'm checking out PokeStats Live. I don't know if it's fully updated, but if this is correct, there's 29.7% Guardy in day 2. Followed by Giratina V-Star Lost Zone with 12.87 and Charizard EX with nearly 11.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at PokeStats Live. Always the thing's great, and then sometimes it doesn't. Wow. Right. Yeah. Dang. Gardevoir's just converting.
Gross. That is something. Those are numbers. That's doing numbers. That I can't wait for them to show that graphic tomorrow and just be like, well, if you thought it wasn't going to convert, welcome to the Guardy zone. That is real deck dominance.
Oh my god.
And the colorless Lugia actually with a bigger representation than the Roaring Moon here.
And that's only with half the decks known.
Anyway, if that wasn't enough drive for y'all to learn your Guardy matchups, get to testing them, know how to play, know when to scoop against the Guardies too, because my goodness, that deck does take a lot of time.
Diego
even
Ricardo,
if your opponent is playing fast, it is a drag.
Diego Ricardo who's playing the Inteleon Rapid Strike is 711.
I think their game was shown on stream too, if I'm not mistaken, right? That was the Inteleon player, Inteleon or Shifu player.
Yes.
That was shown. And there's a 7-1-1 Rapid Strike player in 17th, Facundo Facio, sitting at 7-1-1 as well. So I'd love to see the math on the conversion for that deck, because I don't think that many people brought it. I don't think it was even anywhere near the MetaShare graphic for day one.
Right,
it doesn't show a whole lot.
I'm going to take care of a judge call real quick. You want to keep... I'll pop up the PokeStats live thing here in a second so people can see it.
Oh, heck yeah.
There we go.
Appreciate it.
Zoom in.
Where can I see LAIC status? So you can check out this site that we're about to pull up on stream. It is pokestats.live, which is actually, if I'm not mistaken, currently coded /managed/ worked on by Jared Grimes, the Champa player. And yeah, it's a great resource, especially during the tournament. It can be hit or miss. From what I understand, the backend can be finicky, but it's still a pretty good tool. And this is the top cut that you can see there. So we do actually, you can just, I think, not see it in the graphic there, but in 17th is actually another Inteleon Rapid Strike player. All those unknowns are colorless Lugia. Good to know. So we've actually got a colorless Lugia sitting at 801. That's really dope. Oh, I was gonna say. I mean, I wouldn't be entirely surprised. That deck does feel pretty good, but I'd love to see. Colorless Lugia got a lot worse now. They have Screamtail. Yeah, I could absolutely see that. Now you have an easy bench snipe into the Archeops, and you can also you can bench snipe the Luminions once you have the cape on there. It does damage. Cyrus Davis there with the Tina represent. Yeah, actually, Cyrus Davis, if you check out her Twitter, that it was the most unhinged image I've ever seen. I was like, I'm not afraid of Iron Hand ZX. I will announce Flower Select. So funny. But I think that's the only Tina really anywhere near the top cut. The next closest one I can see, obviously pending the unknowns that could very well be there. The next Tina that shows up is 35th place with a 612 record.
All right, round 5 is up, and let's see who we got. We've already had Alpacas on. Oh, I was going to see about the crab, but he dropped.
No.
Derp Dino, he was streaming. Let's get a little Lost Zone Tina in here. Right, no, I don't think we had you, Alpaca. We'll save you for top cut. You're like going right to top cut. Oh, he's on mobile. Never mind. Let's go watch Alpaca then. Nothing wrong with being on mobile. It even helps if you're able to stream on mobile, because then if you do have an issue with a judge call, it just gets a little bit awkward on screen sometimes. Because then everyone starts going, "Hey, put Subway servers on the sides." I'm like, "Oh God."
Legardi is going into LAIC. We might see some Lugia level numbers at San Antonio.
But
I can't speak too much to the Lugia numbers, but it does seem really strong right now.
Yeah. But Dino keeps streaming anyways, because like if something comes up, you're at a table, I can go check something if something comes up again, or the bug happens again, or something like that. But I don't know.
I don't think I'd mind it too much. I don't know what the interaction, because it sounds like old Lugia was also like old Lugia mirrors, from what I understand, were miserable. At least
Oh,
that's what I've heard through the grapevine.
They're 100% miserable.
Whereas like Guardy mirrors are actually some of the most interesting games that I feel like you can have the pleasure of watching if you have two very good Guardy players.
Guardy can come down to a little bit of, do you leave them a 2-prize turn? So we'll look at Alpaca's list here. And one of the cards that makes the mirror a little bit easier for one player, which there are in the mirror, so we're talking mirror right now, is Professor Toro Scenario.
Yeah.
Toro Scenario can remove the 2-prize turn off a counter catcher so fast. And Alpacas isn't playing it. And Shyenjin, I don't know if I'm saying that name correctly, isn't playing it either, but they're both playing the heavy Avery build, which can be devastating.
And I think it's really relevant in the mirror as well, because I feel like it can be a kind of a battle of the either a battle of the Curlias or a battle of the Ralts. Obviously, Mirage Step is now a pretty commonplace inclusion into a lot of the Guardy lists, so less of a strictly Ralts battle in the early turns. But yeah, that Turo scenario the Turo scenario on top of the Avery inclusion can definitely turn the tides very quickly for one player. Of course, I say that, but turning the tides quickly and Guardy aren't exactly like don't go hand in hand, because Guardy can play from behind pretty comfortably.
Far Eastern, you're located like in Thailand, right? The Taiwanese, I want to say, or not Taiwanese. I'm horrible. The same area as Singapore. Thank you. I'm sorry. Like I'm doing 5 things at once. It does seem like the Lost Zone decks are way more popular in the oceanic area. Like even some Australian players, they seem to also favor Guardy though. From what I've seen, I don't fully know, but now here's
I think that's been the narrative has always been that Lost Tina has always had a pretty strong foothold in the Eastern meta for sure. You see it in a lot of those top cuts, especially in Japan.
Now here's an interesting thing. This matchup, you used to not have to bench the mana fee. You absolutely have to bench the mana fee now.
Because of the Scream Tail. And now it's also interesting because you don't know if they're including the Cresselia. I've seen lists that omit the Cresselia. I've seen lists that include the Cresselia. I've seen some that do both, some that don't run the cape. Like there's a lot of different variations of the build. So you even have to think about something like the Jirachi if you don't have enough Ralts set up early here. Like if I'm Shijin right now, I'm a little bit worried about this Ralts potentially getting sniped if I can't get it up to like a Guardy or another a Guardy or another Curlia on this turn too.
Here's chat's also talking about Lost Tina. Why do we see this again comes up? Why do we see it so much online and other best of ones? It doesn't tie, but it's too volatile for a best of 3.
Yeah, it does take up the full 30 minutes in a best of 1, but you will have a winner type advantage for sure.
And then on top of everything, as we're going to see on Mirage Step here, you end up you end up just beating so many other decks. It's who was it? JW, when he was kind of talking about when he won the last regional. Miraidon's a high roll deck, but if you high roll enough, you'll be fine. Like you just get enough of everything, right?
Yeah, there's always the solution of play better, draw better, that's always an out.
Yeah, he
Sometimes that's what it takes to get a long tournament run.
Just don't lose and you'll win. Yeah, exactly. If you hit electric generator every time 60% of the time, that's still 60% of your games you won.
All right, so we're gonna get 2 of these Curlias developed, going straight into the Gardevoir EX.
And we're going to be able to see some of that energy go away, and we might see a snipe here on one of their Curlias.
Either player investing in that Jirachi here. Actually, not even sure if we're running the Jirachi in the list. I don't think I see it. Yeah, no Jirachi in Alpaca's list.
I win 100%.
Actually, neither player opting for the Jirachi.
I don't know if Jirachi makes a lot of sense now. I would not be surprised to see more decks cut it with just Lost Box becoming less of a thing.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think the value is starting to slim. I think there's a world where if I see it, because I don't even think the deck is there. I think there's a bit of a consideration for some of these decks that are running the Metacham to try and avoid those early Yoga loops, because getting looped by a Metacham deck when you don't have enough Ralts and Curliers in play can be pretty tough to kind of crawl back from, especially if they keep doing it, especially if they keep pinging your Ralts and taking them down every turn. Oh, but I think you're absolutely right. Oh, there's the Avery, by the way. What we're talking about.
And they sent the Manaphy away. They sent their Manaphy away. But they do have the Rod in hand. They do have a level ball. So if it comes up, it can come back. But getting rid of that,
instantly digging for the Scream Tail too.
Getting rid of the Mew though feels really good. Just get out of here, Mew. Don't want you. So the question is, do they have enough to make the Scream Tail play, or are they just going to go after one of the bench Curlias? Probably the one with the extra energy on it.
I mean, they did still have 2 of these Curlias to work with. They can evolve any one of these here. Don't even need the candy at this point. But I guess it comes down to whether you're getting enough energies in the discard here to make it work.
Corcho, the reason why I believe he put the energy onto that one Curlia is just to be ready for the possibility of the Gardevoir EX being KO'd and them having an opportunity to make a quick return KO without any issues. If anything, he's kind of threatening them. He's sitting there going, okay, you can do this, but I'll do this.
And it's a pretty crucial consideration because you're up against a deck that plays 3 to 4 Iono. So the possibility of having that energy sent to the bottom of your deck is certainly something that weighs on the player's mind as they proceed through the match.
And then on top of that, we do have the Averys. There's just so many different things that can go right or wrong here. Countercatcher. Countercatcher's a thing now.
Okay. Is going to use that rod. Going to pop this Manaphy back on the bench as well. Has the level ball to set up another Ralts.
I don't even know if
level balls actually.
You can possibly here get the KO with a Cresselia. Take out one of their other Manaphies. Or not Manaphies, whatever they're called.
Curlios.
Could. Like, that's what I kind of wanted to see. Who had took out one of those Curlios. They would get the return KO 100%. But you wouldn't be in such a bad spot.
One thing to note as well is Shijin to this point has actually not had to put down the 2 prizer yet. and their counter catcher is going now that they're behind in prizes, their counter catcher is going to be live. So this could be a way that you can skew the prize trade. But once this Gardevoir goes down for the side of Shijin, you are going to have to develop that EX to be able to continue attacking. Oh my gosh. Enough reversal energies there.
What he's doing here is threatening. You take that Gardevoir EX KO, I will knock out anything you have. And by putting all that reversal energy on there, it's almost like he's peacocking. He's got his big almost, but he's not trying to attract a mate, I guess. He's growling. There we go. That's a better metaphor. He's growling and saying, "Hey, come near me. My hackles are raised. You go after my baby big Gardevoir. I will get the return KO. It would have been worth what you did."
Screamtail pulled out once again. Might be seeing that in action here soon.
We still haven't seen a
Gardevoir EX quite yet.
No, we haven't seen a Gardevoir EX yet. There's 8 energy though in that discard pile.
And this is what you were saying earlier, right? About like how you want to set up your prizes. Do you want to leave them with your turn 2 knockout towards the end of the game? How do you want to set up your prize map so you make sure your counter catcher is live when you need it? These are all certainly things to consider, but it looks like we are going to see the Guard EX. We are going to see the Screamtail coming down and the Iono to boot.
The Iono felt like it benefited Alpacas here more than anything. Just because we know what hand they had. Their hand was just, I hate to say trash, but it was trash.
Going nowhere fast.
It's one of those hands we like to call bad. Oh, we're going to see. We do see the Gardevoir out now. So the question is, what do you want to attack with? Do you just come up with the Screamtail? Risk getting... You just trade prizes. Let's see. Huh.
Yeah, the timing of that 2 prize knockout is going to be really important here. And now that Alpacas is ahead a little bit on the prize trade, that Turo scenario is a very real possibility. Oh, actually, it's not in the list. It's not in Alpacas
neither list has them.
Neither player has Turos, so they're going to be relying on the collapsed stadium, if anything, to try and get rid of that 2 prizer. Because if they go 1-4-1 right now, Alpacas is obviously in the winning position for the time being.
You could use your rare candy here and bring that Ralts up, and you should have a KO.
Artisan here.
You also have the option of using the Cresselia. So.
Yeah, no shortage of 1 prize attackers here.
Then it becomes, do I want to use the rare candy and get the Shiny Arcana out now, or do I want to hold back and see if I can get another Curlia, so I always have I have a decent option still of setting up another one.
It looks like it is going to maybe be that candy play, so going for the Shining Arcana. You have manually attaching here as well.
Put their hand down.
And
I mean, it never hurts. Reset. Never hurts. Like, oh, we're gonna put damage on that.
And now this is interesting because I just missed seeing how much energy they had in the discard. But this energy has been spread out a little bit because of the Cresselia, and this is kind of one of the it can be a disadvantage if Cresselia is kind of one of your main attackers and you're attacking with it multiple times. That damage is spread all over this board right now. So setting up that knockout on the EX is going to take a couple of turns, frankly, of your own Pokemon retreating, getting knocked out, getting cycled out to make sure that those energies are in the discard for when you make that big push. And that was 2 reversal energies in the discard. So I don't actually know how you're setting up with the Guardian knockout, the EX knockout, other than Cape Screamtail, if I'm not mistaken.
Cape Screamtail, that's where it's up. You do have 2 energy on both possible Arcana Gardevoirs. If you can get 3 without any damage, putting 6 on there does get you a KO as well.
Right. Preying off of the Shining Arcana draws plus the manual attaches. So that is absolutely true. They are holding on to that 1 basic energy as well. And that's a good thing to have, especially when you have things like Manaphy or Greninja on the board. The last thing you want to do is have your energy spread out too thin, either in the deck or in your discard, and not be able to get a Greninja or a Manaphy out of the active. But I'm going to make quick work of the Cresselia here, and we continue the 1-for-1 right now.
Oh, he's out of rods, right?
I believe so. And deck is down to 10 cards, by the way, so has been thoroughly dug. Is going to be finding what they need pretty easily here, but you can't rod any energies back now to set up those kind of near guaranteed Shining Arcana plays, and that's going to be the last Psychic out of the deck as well.
You need to watch that. They boss that Manaphy. Again, not having Tauros or anything, you lose.
Right. You can't just give up this energy willy-nilly right now.
No,
it's actually just going to go for the slap as well. Oh, that's great.
So they are about, as long as they don't lose their hand and this Curlia either gets KO'd or they can retreat it, or alternatively they knock out the other Gardevoir, they have everything for game in hand. You attach, you do your thing. Easy peasy. That's game. Our opponent, I don't think, knows we prized a Gardevoir on the E-axis. Getting a KO on Alpaca's Gardevoir EX here.
Oh, so there's the Iono.
Would be absolutely massive.
There's a collapsed stadium, actually. So if we can bench another Pokemon, you can actually just set up whatever Pokemon you need to attack with, continue taking 2 prizes, and you can get rid of that threat. And I think Shijin here might be considering pushing for that knockout this turn. I don't think that'd be a bad consideration, but that's just going to be another Ralts on the bench.
Does not look good here. You can't even embrace twice the Mew. You have to attack with something else.
What's the player? Is he going to push up the EX and maybe just punch with the EX and hope that they don't have it?
Which the issue is now I'm thinking about the prize count. No, you should be fine. As long as they didn't prize a Psychic energy, they should be able to get it. I'm like, oh, hey, you got to get that Gardevoir EX energy off. No, you're fine.
And actually, interesting here, there was a play that I thought about, but the fact that the Curlia slapped instead of evolving to a Guardy and then punching means that memory skip Ralts actually doesn't even work here either.
No. Oh, no.
Yeah, I think this was going to be the play.
You could counter
push up and hope they don't have it.
You could counter catcher the big one, because then that removes the instant KO with the baby Gardevoir. Well, actually, you know what? No, it yeah, no.
I don't think it does.
Unless they don't have a counter catcher in hand, this is game right here. You attach, you psychic embrace. I think they have enough in there. 5, 6, 7. There'll be
plus the damage. It's already it had to ping itself by attaching that energy with psychic embrace. So
yeah,
I think this should be wraps here.
It just stalled out in the end.
5, 6, 7, 8 energy.
And because we have this
game. Oh no, we're short one, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You only need to hit
250.
Oh right, because of the 60. Because of the 60.
Yeah. No, we don't need to hit 9. We just have to hit like 6, 6 or 7. It's there. He's got it. Yes, Luigi. Everything is played today. It's only 7 rounds and best of 3 top 8. It usually takes us, I think, all together 6 or 7 hours. Maybe not even that. Easy win there for alpacas.
Yeah, really nice there. I think you would have needed a lot there as Shijin to try and come back. I think realistically, the only play I could have seen would have been popping the Iono, popping down, or counter capturing up the Manaphy, hoping they don't have that energy attached, and then Scream Tail punching the bench with the luxurious cape. But yeah, that was asking for a lot there.
We never saw the counter catcher play. Like, I kept expecting it, and it just never happened. I was like ready for it. I'm like sitting there, okay, they're going to drop the counter catcher. They're going to do something. Never happened.
Nice win there, wrapped up by Alpaca.
So Philly Kaiba and Alpaca should be able to ID. They should be playing each other, but you never know. Shunjin's still in a good place. Blazy still in a good place. Blazy, oh, they lost to Gardy. Actually, you know what? Lugia is unfavored against Gardy. You just don't trade favorably.
Can't seem tough.
Oh, Daycamp, I'm with you. I have no Mirage Step Guardies. I went through 20,000 bulk cards. 0 of them. And you know why? Because it's in Chilling Rain. And I bought like 0 packs as Chilling Rain. It was at the worst possible time.
Oh, hey, you know what that means? Time to play the going second Arven build with TM Evolution.
Yeah, actually, that might be the thing.
Slot in the Arven TM Evolution. Go second. Battle VIP pass with the Arven. Get all your walls down. Evolve them. Call it a day.
If you were in Seattle, I could tell you someone who might be able to get you it today. They start with a tabletop and end with village.com. Actually, I'm checking their TCG player right now to see if they have it. They got Evolution, blah blah blah, Zatu,
Turbo 14 win streak with Gardevoir Alpaca. Yeah, that's how it's been feeling in live. It's been farming.
Look at this, 3 of them already. 1, 2, 3, and 4, all Gardevoir. Let's see. What's the highest card they have on here? They have a pack of Fossil Booster Pack, first edition, for $274. Oh, they got the Trouble theme deck from Team Rocket? Crap, I might need that. Chat, is $190 too much to pay for a theme deck?
I saw Jake Gearhart's tweet about Guardy dying resurface today. Yeah, he's been having a rough go of his doomsday predictions recently.
Really badly. See, I think I can find it. Wasn't it what's his name? Why did I forget his name? Stefan Ivanov brought it up.
Like brought up the misprediction.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it was that, and then also like Iron Hands EX. Like I will not say Iron Hands has been like underwhelming. I think it's been appropriately whelming in the right decks.
Yeah, here it is. I'll pop it up on screen. Don't mind me. I'm just being mean.
Yeah, that response.
And I think he goes in on him in there too. Yeah, maybe your Doom posting was unwarranted.
Iron Hands is definitely oppressive on paper. Is that really? Okay.
Yeah,
I could certainly still see it.
When you think about it, but then when you play it, it's different. And then even play testing is different.
Oh, sorry. I on paper. Yeah, I read on paper like in live play, and I was like, I guess because people play slower or fumble or something. No, okay, yeah. It seems really impressive.
Did Szymanski with Hands Move Dragonite Lost Box? Probably. Knowing Szymanski, he probably did. Oh, I always hate that. If you press find, it like crashes the whole site.
You can search play. There's a search bar.
Yeah, up there. But if you try to do it differently, I'm probably misspelling Szymanski. Not seeing his name on here. Who knows? Like, it's one of those things. Like, you use Twitter to go and just post randomly. Like, hey, I might have played this at LAIC, and then you don't, and then you get lots of Twitter clout. I mean, it works.
Twitter clout.
Where's that? Let's say thank you for the follow. Hopefully your night's going well. Might have been Alex. Like the time he ran United Wings and did really well. That was insane. Waiting on 2 matches. We've had like matches go to time every round tonight. We have not had a round end early. It's weird. Goldango 4-1.
Yo, Goldango going to steal it away in top 8.
You know it. Oh no, James is 3-2. What did you lose to, James? Goldango.
No.
How did you lose that? You hit for weakness. They're so small. He's like, I'm a little itty bitty coin man, and you kill him. I'm sorry, knockout. You can't say kill. Forgot. You can't. Is not. You do not kill. You do not destroy. Destroy. You do not defeat your opponent's card. You knock them out.
Yeah, you can only frenzied gouging Pokemon, but you can't kill them.
Can't. No. It survives.
Not odd. I have to wake up in 6 hours. I don't know if I'll make it to the end. Well, I believe in you, though.
I believe, man. I have to wake up in 6 hours. No, I have to wake up. I can wake up whenever I want, as long as my kids let me. Dad, let's do things.
We need the Dango player on stream.
I was actually going to reach out to him. The next one.
That'd be awesome.
Or see who they play. Because like if I known James was playing them, we could have jumped into James and watched it. But instead, I was like, let's go.
4 Dangos in the tournament?
Yeah. And one of them's doing well.
They're actually 9-8 right now. So they have a positive score so far.
Let's see.
Not a real deck, by the way. Triple Aver, triple Worker.
You need to play the alt art one. 100%. So we do have one tie. We're just making sure things. Actually, I wonder if they're streaming. They are. We can possibly see how that game's going real quick. Just make sure. Oh, it's just still going. Oh yeah, no, this game's going nowhere.
Their Pokemon catches my Pokemon hands. Pokemon's hands.
What's up, Mike? Actually, honestly, I'd love to get my son on ADHD medicine. Yeah, no, this time.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no worries.
Blasted the mic.
Like, we're watching the last match
really
going,
passionate
and
about the Iron Hands.
There's nothing that happens here, right? They like Iono, everything resets, blah blah blah. Yeah, no.
Oh, is it the one that we're in the
that ran over time
call with?
Yeah, and then making sure that we don't hit time, or if they had something going. No, it's all done. No reason to keep the stuff going. Round 6. Let's get going. All right, we need to find that match. It was a Goldingo. It was Faz. They're playing against Derp Dino, who is in mobile. Chat, would you be fine watching in mobile for a game if you can see Goldingo?
Friends, don't let friends play coin guy.
They say it's fine. Dino, I know you're still streaming. We will go join him. Like I said, I don't always try to feature mobile, but I mean, if chat really wants to watch Coin Guy, we've got it. Okay, now that we're trying to watch it, it's now not working.
Yay.
Yay.
Leave it to Discord.
Discord, you make me feel so proud. Oh, come on.
Oh no. We might miss out on coin guy.
Okay, we might miss out. Let's see if it'll load now. If not, we'll have to jump to another stream. Got an ID. Obvious people ID. All right, that one's not working. Alpacas is not playing. Tina versus Darty on table 2.
Ooh, that could be cool.
Let's go watch that. I don't know why Dinos isn't working now, because it was working earlier. We jumped in earlier and watched his mobile work.
Unfortunate.
That'd just be discard. Discard. Oh my god, I'm tired. No worries there. Actually, I'm going to go take a quick moment. If you want to just go ahead, solo cast for a moment, because I actually do need another drink. I'm out and a little bit of food to get through the rest of this.
Yeah, absolutely. Take your time. There'll be plenty of time in this game, I'm sure, because we've got Guardy Lost Box. Oh, baby. Starting off here with the comfy feels pretty good. I'm actually going to go take a look at these lists very quickly. If I can find them. I think that's Karuta. Awesome. Second pairing. Love to see it. Let me take a look at the lists. Let's see. We are running a Guardy with the Jirachi, actually. So this deck does come prepared for the Lost Box matchup on the side of the Gardevoir. I was even gonna play Subway Surfers gameplay on YouTube multiplayer. Not the Tina. Can you watch someone else? What do you mean? Tina's exciting. Tina's the most exciting deck in format. Majestic, if you don't want to see the Tina succeed, you should cheer for the other guy. The other guy is running the Jirachi. So we will not see Sableye shenanigans unless we start seeing the counter catchers set up. This hand is rough. This is a hand of all time. But it's okay. The Comfy always gets there. The Comfy always sees the Colress off the top.
All right, what have I missed?
We have a Jirachi in the opposing Guardy list, so
Ooh.
that could come into play if they end up having to set up Sableye as an alternative attacker. And a very rough hand here for the Lost Zone box player. Oh, but they're getting IO node. Oh, you get bailed out every time.
Oh,
into the whatever that is.
The next worst hand you can have. It would have been such a good hand turn one. But you do
it's
get
okay. Now all the first bad hand is at the bottom of the deck. So now you only draw good cards, like Flower selecting away one of your energies instantly without a choice. Everyone have their notepads out? Everyone keeping track of the energies? All right, that's one psychic down. We're probably going to see the triple Comfy here. Spiritomb in the list. Not going to be doing a whole lot here. Dump that one away. Just have another switch into the next flower, selecting. Finding another escape rope and a nest ball.
Now here's a question. Do you play the Path of the Peak now? Or do you wait until they've set up a Gardevoir? Because a lot of them now, a lot of Gardevoir lists are just slower. So it's like, do I put it down? They're going to Mirage Sep, or they're going to try to accelerate really fast.
And there are quite a few of these decks that are running like the thinner line of the stadiums where it's like 2, maybe 3. So that is a very real consideration, and no vacuums either left in the list, but there is the instant Path to the Peak counter.
Instant.
This Greninja is live again.
I do like, and I was talking about this earlier, that Discord though now does allow you to put like your status on there, and that helps us when we're making matches, because we saw this, like, oh yeah, this seems like a good match.
Dude, what are these hands?
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. This does feel like average Tina.
Mm-hmm.
The top 30 cards are, well, when the entire 60s trash, I guess that's what you get. That's cap, but yeah, those are.
You can tell that we're not a big Tina fan. And the thing is, I actually went out and bought Tina cards because I bought into the hype. And then it turned out, no, I was wrong. Oh, this is the pass, though.
No attacker set up here. Didn't want to push up that Guardy because I think at bare minimum, we are getting cards into the Lost Zone. So we are progressing through the deck. Finally gets an easy flower selecting here. I'm going to retreat here, but I think that's 2 Mirage Gates that have gone to the bottom of the deck as well. Not even going to find the knockout here on the Radiant Greninja. It's just going to pass it over.
Well, that does become a target for Sableye later if they don't put down the Jirachi at any point.
That's true. And there is no way to put the Jirachi at the moment with the collapsed stadium in play. So could play a bench lock angle here, but there are 2 attackers on the bench for the Gardevoir. So probably going to continue digging through here. Eventually going to find that attacker. Eventually going to start punching into the Tina side of things. Not really in a rush to do so. And the what I was going to say before was we've seen 2 Ionos that have put, I think, I want to say it was 3 Mirage Gates are now pretty far down in the deck.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be the attached return onto the curler. We're going to see another pass here. I don't think there's any way to attack with the Guardy here, right? Because the manual attach was used. Is there any ropes? No rope. Yeah, no way to switch this out right now.
I'm losing the worker. That is another path out that they have now just used. That must have hurt because I know the collapse was kind of hurting them, but now you don't have a way out to a possibility of a path. If Tina wins the stadium matchup, okay, you can put it back, but still,
yeah. That doesn't feel too bad. Yeah, we didn't account for the fact that this list is still running that one of worker as well. Most of the deaths are still opting for that one of worker. When you have that pal pad, you can roll it back in. But either way, I think, unless I'm mistaken, I don't think there's any way for this Guardy to attack here. So it'll be a question of how much they want to set up. And they are going to commit the Screamtail. So now they're fully bench locked. We could see some Sableye shenanigans.
Chorus. Yay. Oh, it's both your TNV stars. No.
And I was going to say there's actually no switching cards in hand right now. So it's very likely that they have to take this switch. And that switch is probably going to be used for flower selecting, because even if you get the Tina down, there's no way for you to set up any attackers right now. No access to Mirage Gates for the time being. Going to be the manual attach, and maybe just another Cram Punch here. Might be thinking
they're nearly at 10, right?
They must be close. Thinking about it here. I think they're weighing in whether they want to use this switch here to get the Comfy or one more flower select. Oh, I just missed the count there. Hey, there's another chorus. All right, we're drawing cards.
We're doing okay. Things are alive.
And now we Cape Tail for 280 and Giratina's gone.
But to get to that number, you have to put the cape on it, and you're giving up 2 prizes to the Cramorant.
This is true.
You want to use the Screamtail as the finish. He's your Stone Cold Stunner. Put it one way. I cannot get through a broadcast without a wrestling reference. I'm sorry.
I love it. I'm here for it. Another manual attach here to the curler. So just slowly powering this thing up. Making sure that I guess it's ready to roll. And it's actually going to be the counter catcher. And the Iono. Oh, man. That was 3 Ionos. How do you play around this? Okay, there's a Mirage Gate, though, and does manage to find a Colress off the top as well. But this could still be a knockout with the baby Guardy if they can develop it on that Curlier that's had 3 energies manually attached. Well, technically 2 energies, but 4 energies total now. Gardevoir and is behind on prizes, so that reversal is active.
That Gardevoir is going to hurt that Giratina.
And I do think we have enough energies in the discard at this point. We only need to attach, what, 5? No, not even. 4. 3? I'm bad at math, apparently. But I want to say we just have to attach up to 7 total here, including the reversal energy.
No, 7 misses. You have to get 5 plus the reversal. It's 8.
You're right. You're right.
The easiest way to remember Guardy math is times it by 3 plus 60. So 7.
And it's going to dig for the Jirachi too, so no Sableye shenanigans.
You can get the KO here with a Cramorant.
Have a good night, Luigi.
You have a good night, Luigi. Thank you for playing. Always appreciate people who are able to play. Appreciate people are able, yeah. The Doom tournament doesn't happen without players, and I like having players. That sounds weird still, but
players are needed.
Yeah.
All right, Chorus here is going to have to dump one of these rods into the loss zone from the looks of things.
Do you want to lose the rod, though? Like, to me... That one's a very difficult call.
And the fact that you didn't have to give up 2 prizes, a 2-prizer to knock out that Giratina V-Star means that this next V is also probably going to go down. Does have the Mirage Gate in hand, so assuming there's enough energies in the deck, we could be seeing that Giratina gets set up. Path to the Peak coming down as well. No, it decides to hold it. And I'm not really sure at this point what you're hoping for, right? Like, is there a reason to hold the Path to the Peak here when your opponent has everything set up right? They have enough attackers. The Screamtail is here as a backup. You have to find a way to slow down this deck.
Yeah, I think you have to do the Path. It would be nice if you could Path
Roxanne
or Roxanne,
Iono.
But that's not happening here.
All right, they're the ones with 3. We'd be waiting for this next knockout for that Roxanne to be live.
Yep. What's up, Stellar?
A lot of thought going into this here. If this path sticks, it could be enough for the Giratina to crawl back here. But right as I say, Artisan is going down, and the entire deck is live.
Here comes the Screamtail. Actually, no, the Screamtail would still be a very horrible option here.
I don't really see the need for it. Well, so you take 1 prize here on... If we're not taking the prize on the Giratina, what are we attacking with? Do we want to set up another Baby Guardy here?
I think so.
Setting up the next Ralts. 7-card deck, just guardy things.
Well, actually, you know what? It could be Lost Mind. Chat saying the Screamtail looks like it wants to be Lost Mind. It can if it's on the bench. It can if it's in the active.
And there's the Cape and the Iono. So bye-bye Mirage Gate and the Giratina V-Star.
Hello, Roxanne.
Just find the top deck of the Roxanne and the Mirage Gate. So can start to set up this Giratina.
If it survives the turn.
But, yeah, I was going to say, I think it might be going down to the Screamtail, though.
Now, mind you, this is the other thing. If you lost mine, a caped Screamtail, you only take one prize.
Right, because the text reads from damage, right?
Yes. Not from damage counters, from damage.
We're going to see that 240. From the Screamtail. You know what, though? This still isn't like the worst spot for the Giratina player to be in. Because they're going to take this prize. Probably with the Cramorant. If they can set up this Tina.
Well, if they lose the Tina, I don't even think you worry
about...
Oh, wait,
yeah, this Tina's gone. This Tina's gone, you're right.
I don't... Unless you can find your mana fee off this Roxanne and another Tina, I don't even think you worry about it. They're both Roxannes.
Is there another attacker too is the question. We gave a broad, so won't even be able to cycle this Cramorant here. I think there are probably 3 rods in the list. Let's find out.
Yeah, this looks like there's one more rod in the deck right now. Sableye's not going to... I don't think Sableye does much here.
No, because I think we lost mind one, or we flower selected one away, and we used one earlier. I think it was this game.
Like, don't lost vacuum that cape. You get the free 2 prizes here. It puts you down to 1. Counter catcher. Oh, man. This is a hard call then, because now if you put the Giratina out with the Mirage Gate active, oh, you have access to the counter catcher though too. Rising's not there though.
Right, because if you take this knockout, you'll be down to your last prize. And most likely, I mean, this Gardevoir EX gets pushed up to take the next knockout.
Force you to try to, knowing that you don't have going after the Jirachi. You know what?
Okay.
You know what? That's fine. You know why? That Giratina with the loss with the Mirage Gate and stuff can easily get the 160.
Oh wait, but Artisan's in play. So you just instantly, if you can find but you need to find a rod here.
Or you can find the Cramorant, whatever it is, as long as that Screamtail is their attacker. You have a game. If they take a prize here, you have possibly still find counter catcher. So yeah, it's interesting point to be at right now. Or we know they have Lost Vacuum in deck. You could Lost Vacuum the Screamtail, get the free prize, and then use the Sableye to finish the game. Oh my god, they're in such a good place.
Yeah, this is definitely doable. But I guess so Screamtail. Yeah, this is tough. You could find a way to collapse away the Screamtail as well. Okay, Worker. Going to draw 3 more. That's another path out gone.
Basilia is not going to heal that Screamtail enough to do what they want, what they're probably hoping.
I think what we might be looking at is the possibility of a collapsed stadium here. Oh, but it was used earlier.
I believe they're out of stadium out, so you could actually Stadium Path and be pretty well set. Yeah, they've used Worker more on their own cards than they have the Girautinas.
All right, does take out the lone attacker here. And now we're digging for another.
There's Vacuum, but I would dig for the other counter catcher first.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, no. If you get Mirage
Vacuum
Gate
instantly knocks it out, right? So
how much
actually,
do you have?
so they should have game here.
Rod, Mirage Gate, attached to the Giratina, hard retreat.
Vacuum away the cape, and then attack Cresselia for game.
Yeah, that should be your
right.
out. Like if they could find the if they found something, but I mean, like you can put the Giratina down, you hit 160, you just Mirage Gate here as long as you can get a Psychic and a
plenty of energy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's game. Hopefully they see the land. They have to. I think
they have to see. They got to remember to play the Lost Vacuum though. Lost Vacuum gets you the prize.
I think they're just really overthinking it here. It doesn't seem real. No. No.
Oh no.
They missed it.
They had it.
Oh no. And I think it's just one stadium. So I think they still have to find this. No, they don't even need to find the stadium bump here. Right?
It's Roaring Scream to the bench.
Yep.
They had it all.
Oh man,
that was brutal.
That's unfortunate.
Oh man. Not what you want to see.
That one hurt. That one hurt to watch.
That was horrifying.
Especially with how difficult that game already was for Tina. Like with the way that they were playing, like the early hands, they were not doing them any favors.
None.
It already felt like an uphill battle. They managed to clutch it up throughout the mid game, and just misses it. Just doesn't quite see it in the end game.
Our Goldingo is 5-1.
All right,
Alice here with. Oh, I've never seen this. It's like the Peony version of Roaring Moon. This is way different.
Whoa.
Yeah. Lazy 5-1. So we are looking at a pretty well set cut here, almost. That's why we're only going 7, not going 8, because there's no way. But 5-2 might bubble in. We don't know yet. Right? But they're winning. Let's see what they paired up against. They beat the Zoroark. They beat another Roaring Moon. They beat a Lugia. Beat a Charizard. Lost to Anti-Iron Valiant. Beat Iron Valiant Urshifu. Dino, I completely understand about like hitting 0 VIP passes. Sometimes it feels like I never see them at all. There's game after game after game.
Why lost Cena plays Switch instead of Switch Cart? I feel like they usually run both, but it's because the Giratina can't get Switch Carted.
That is very true. Because
sorry, the V Star, the Giratina V Star cannot be Switch Carted.
I like decks like Valiant Entei where you can switch cart everything that's in the deck and use Switch because you want to use both, so it never becomes an issue. That's why Gardevoir runs. Well, Gardevoir doesn't run any Switch cards whatsoever.
And that's why all of the other Lost Box builds, like the non-Tina builds, do run the full 4 Switch cart because they only play basic Pokemon as well. Please go to my stream. My opponent is slow playing.
You're there. Which table are you on? Oh wait, I think I know. Also, make sure to please call it judge, the judge thing, so I can see it. It just makes it easier to find your game, even though there's only like one match left.
I'm trying to learn Lost Tina. I mean, it's not the worst deck out there.
No.
It can do some stuff. It can do some things. It has like the symptoms of Lost Box decks that can lose to themselves and also have a hard time setting up because they break more frequently than other Lost Box builds, just by virtue of having to run a stage 1. It could be a detriment to a lot of your slow starts. All right, yeah, what Alpaca said, but maybe don't burn the deck because Tinas are still like $8 or something. I mean, yeah, it is difficult to master. It has like a decent skill ceiling, and it's super popular in regions where the best of one format's really popular. Yeah, I guess we'll leave it at that. It's not the worst deck. It has definitely some things. It's been helped out by the inclusion of Counter Catcher, so you can play a slightly thinner line of stuff like Boss.
Just 1 second here, chat.
Yeah, that's totally fair.
All right, we're back.
What's a good stadium card for disabling abilities Path to the Peak? But that only works with Rulebox Pokemon. Is there a stadium card that disables abilities in general?
Just Path of the Peak right now. So final round is up, and we're going to find ourselves a match. We should have a lot of IDs. So there used to be like Silent Lab that did like basic ones. Yeah, there's not too many. Okay, so here's the interesting thing. We have 2 4-1-1s. This is going to make everything very interesting. Dino, can you reset yours? I think we can. Oh no, we'll get James on. James has an opportunity to. We haven't really given him a chance tonight. He's got his stream working better.
Mimikyus. if that is like a really a sore spot that you hate playing around or something, canceling Cologne is an option. Not a stadium, but it is an item.
There we go. We got 2 IDs. So some very obvious IDs.
5th Guardy matchup in a row for me. That's something we're gonna have to get used to, I think, for the next couple of months.
Okay, who was that? El Jam?
Jam.
Jam. Yeah, right here. Oh my. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. If you get in, you might have to play more Guardies. Considering you're right on cut right now.
The truth hurts, and the truth currently is Gardevoir.
Yeah. Yeah. Surprisingly, we could have a 5-2 get in if Jam and Rambo lose. We actually have a 5-2 get in. So if you're a possible 5-2, there is a possibility you can get in. 100%.
We have a top 8 cut, correct?
Top 8 cut. And it's closest to a clean cut as we can get right now. All these people, 1 through 7, I think only one of them gets down paired. Hunchback got down paired. Jam got down paired. That's interesting. So these 3 are playing for sure. Faiths, Alice, Blazy. I know Blazy ID'd. Should all be IDing. I think Alice and Faiths are playing each other. But, chaos is chaos. You like to say that in the Tournament of Doom.
Yep, shaping up to be a pretty, even with the amount of Guardy that we're seeing, though, it seems to be shaping up to be a relatively diverse top cut from what we have so far, with the exception of the 2 Guardies that are sitting at the top right now. We do have a Lost Tina in the mix. Miraidon, the Goldengo, that's gone 5-1 so far. Really impressive run. Is that what is Alice playing? That's not the Koff deck, right?
That's the Galarian, Moltres, Roaring Moon, but with only the 2 counts.
Right. And then a Roaring Moon. Oh, and can't forget about Blazy with the Lugia.
Blazy is tearing it up. Blazy, you if he was in chat, I don't know if he is. I believe he did really well he was top 4, right? In the regional? 6. He took 6 with Lugia. He lost to champion Luke Morsa. So
Roaring Moon is annoying to play against. That's fair. I actually like Sablezard Day Camp. I think Sablezard is actually pretty good.
I do too.
Format.
It's one of those ones I'm testing still. I'm watching and testing. I was just waiting. Just making sure James didn't crash or something. We got him so he's not blurry anymore.
Let's go.
It's getting better. Just waiting for his matchup.
Yeah, I think if we're talking about the Lost Sablezard, I think it's also good because not that many people are playing the Jirachi. So you're actually, by virtue of less people playing less people playing Lost Box means less people play Jirachi, which means that your Lost Box matchups or your Lost Box games are now kind of, I wouldn't say 50-50, but there's a decent chance there's no Jirachi, so you can get rolling with normal Lost Box things, and you have that Sablezard or that Radiant Charizard for insurance, which is just really, really good.
Yeah. We're just waiting. It looks like they just had to do a restart because the friend request bug sucks. So Miraidon's so weird. Like a lot of people call it mid Rhydon, but it's just in this weird place where it can win. It's fast, and Judge Path is still good.
Play Jirachi even if it's just for Yoga Loop. I agree, because I think, there's not that many, but losing to like a turn 1 Yoga Loop cheese will just do so much mental damage to me, I think, in a tournament run that I don't think I could come back from it. So play Jirachi. I agree. Let's
see what James is playing, see if that's going to happen. Oh, it's the Valiant versus Valiant.
Oh.
They're having some issues setting up right now. If they need time, I'm worth watching. And not this week. We did this for the regional, but we're not going to do it this week because it's a little late to try to fully implement it. If you are on a stream game and you get to time, I'm going to put this in the rules so everyone can read it. You are granted turns. If you're not on stream, you are not granted turns. Why? Because we can watch it. And I can guarantee things. Because when we tried it without watching, we had people go, I'm turn 0. And the other guys go, no, I'm turn 0. Like every game. Without fail. Pain in my ass. Put it one way. Nobody. So if we can watch it and we know, we'll do it. But otherwise, turns doesn't happen. There we go.
702 into day 2 at LAIC. I mean, yeah, it does have the right tools, I think, to be successful with the right pilot, but you are kind of living on the edge with Judge Path and hopefully finding the right knockouts. I think it's a Andrew Mahone that says every deck is mid, so mid Raiden perfectly good. When every deck is mid, except I guess Guardy right now, but yeah, when every deck is mid Raidon, totally good call. The pilot barely matters running Raidon. You think so? I guess the sequencing in Raidon isn't the most complex thing.
VIP pass, put down a Miraidon, put down a sheep, use a Miraidon, put down another Miraidon and a sheep, and use the last Miraidon, put down Raikou. I mean,
the flowchart is there.
Yeah. You want 2 Raikou, 2 Miraidon, 2 sheep to start, and then put Raichu down after they take a knockout or something. Well, yeah, that's just sometimes you do want hands, but
Valiant versus Valiant, and 2 different builds of the Valiant too, which is definitely exciting. We've got the Urshifu build on the side of Method May, and we have the Entei build for James.
Now this will be interesting because the thing that Urshifu build has, it can spread its damage a lot better in a sense than the Entei build, but Entei will take KOs on active much easier. Doom, that's bad Miraidon sequencing? Yes, of course. I don't care. I don't play Miraidon.
Fleetfoot here. Kick things off. Not the craziest turn. Only saw a 20 damage ping. And not a whole lot else. So double switch card or double switch here, and then maybe thinking about this is still turn 1, right? Are we still looking at a potential squawk ability? I actually don't know if this was run squawk ability.
There is actually a world where he KOs here. Probably not with that, but
I was going to say the early chorus there is going to get fire energy, another switch, and it looks like it's going to be another chorus here.
It feels like you wanted to squawk.
For something to bench, it's going to be another Iron Valiant.
I mean, you have the option to squawk here because you've got 3 switches, so you can put all that damage out there. Chorus than that, get the squawk. You can probably attach the other fire energy from your hand,
and then rip the triple switch.
and then
Squawkability
Squawk,
for full hand.
and then hope you get the everything you need. As you also just wiped off their damage. You need to put 20 on the active at least.
Thinking about maybe setting up the Squawk here. The third switch, the third tachyon bits. And we might not even see the attached return here, though. Okay, I was going to say.
Better.
Doesn't see a whole lot of reason not to. There's the double rope triple VIP pass, though, means that we are not going to see. I guess you could Fleetfoot one more time.
And hope. But then.
Yeah, giving up that switch card isn't ideal, I feel like, because you're going to want to heal off that damage once you start ripping those magma basins, but.
Not there.
No. So that is not the optimal turn here for the deck.
That is what we call a bad hand in this business.
Meanwhile, we do have Rapid Strike Energy being attached here. We will see the Urshifu attack. Whether it will be the VMAX or not. We'll get to see here.
The VMAX, this is what a little bit worrisome is the VMAX can pick up an easy 2 prizes off that Squawk ability. You get 2 pings on it, and then 1 Gmax Rapid Flow later, that Squawk ability's gone.
And we do have the cross switcher, actually. So going for, I was wondering if maybe we would see something like a switch card followed by a future booster energy capsule to make sure that you could pull back one of those Valiants. But instead, we're just going to see the cross switcher play here. Choosing what they want to tag into.
And I will keep standings updating as I notice matches finish. Or anybody who is currently standings watching.
There's a second Tachyon Bits. And pass. So no access to either another Switch or the VMAX.
Here's a question for chat, though, too. Are you guys actually seeing advertisements? I thought I turned them back on. But it hasn't popped up saying, hey, you can pause this one or not. Weird. So weird.
Man, this is quite the draw engine we're working with here. Fleetfoot into Fleetfoot.
So things hurt.
Not the best place to be. And I think with this double turbo energy attach, are you hitting for enough to get this Valiant knockout?
I think you're missing.
I think it might be by 10, right?
No, you have it now. Anything with 20 damage out there gets KO'd because you hit 200 with nearly full benches on both sides. Okay, Mike, I have no idea if it's running or not because usually it tells me if it's running. Like, ads suck, but it's a easy way to support the stream kind of thing.
Oh, and actually does push up the Squawk ability, and with the double turbo energy, it wouldn't have been enough. Because it only hits for 180 with that DTE, but because they push up the squawk ability, that means that we are taking 2 prizes here. And starting off this prize race.
Now they're in a fairly strong spot here. The fact that they just brought up the Iron Valiant makes me feel like maybe they don't have anything. Okay, we might see an attack here. Huh. Yeah, it's supposed to run every 30 minutes, like a 3-minute ad, and that's supposed to maximize the amount of money you get from ads with the least amount of intrusiveness. Because they'll sit there and tell you, like, run 3 ads, or run an ad 3 times an hour, and it does like randomly, and sometimes it'll run more than one. Is like people figured out the easiest way to game Twitch for the ads is 1 time every half an hour for 3 minutes. Are we going to see a rapid flow?
I want to see, I think a research here is to play. Yeah, research here and hoping that they find that VMAX. There it is.
Top deck right there. As we also see the heal off the energy, heal off the 20 damage there. Yeah, there really isn't a fire Pokemon that's a VMAX, at least playable.
There's a 120. We'll see where this next ping goes down.
You know what? Actually, there was. It was called Centiskorch VMAX, but he rotated.
All right, so we finally have access to those magma basins. We've got multiple future booster energy capsules ready to rock as well. But I don't know if we will see a knockout here. I think the Entei is still only hitting for...
That's not even hitting 200 now.
Yeah, I think even with this next V bench, I think we're still only dealing 180. 160. So maybe hoping they can set it up for maybe a double ping later, and then taking down this VMAX somehow might be their line of play, but
we could see a Yoga Loop. Like if you get another ping Yoga Loop, you could buy yourself another turn. We do know James plays the boss's orders. But with his current hand, I don't know if that will even happen.
Yeah, we're back to the chain Fleetfoot sort of territory, so can Fleetfoot here on the active retreat it, then Fleetfoot onto the next, but actually this thing's probably going down this turn. There's another switch card as well to heal off that damage. And there's the meta champ. So actually it's going to be potentially a Yoga Loop on the side of Method May here. There's the research. So drawing 7 cards as well to look for the right pieces. We need one more switch card. Oh man. Town Store can grab. Oh, I can't see on the right whether we've used Forest Seal Stone. We have used Forest Seal Stone on the side of Method Mini.
Yeah.
So it is going to have to be the DTE off of that research.
Oh.
And it looks like it is being set up here. There's a Rapid Strike energy. And that's going to be a Yoga Loop turn for Method Many.
They need to be able to finish off the game the next turn. Oh no!
Whoa.
Did they not have another switch?
Oh, they'd already retreated. They'd already manually retreated. That is a huge blunder here.
Far Eastern, the reason Entei became the beat stick of choice for Valiant is it has a small amount of energy needed. It has a way to accelerate energy to it easily. And on top of it, it has it deals a very significant amount of damage against most decks. And at 230, it's about thick enough that it seems to do pretty well.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that hit 220, but not quite 230, which is also a big advantage. Oh, yeah. I wonder if maybe they thought they had that retreat lined up. Didn't hear. We are going to be able to see the Forest Seal Stone for a Professor's Research. Now, it's not all doom and gloom here, but I do think using the research here means we can't do any sort of bossing up. So if this Metachamp doesn't get taken down, we're going to need at least one switch cart.
There's the switch cart.
There's one piece.
But you're still
one Tachyon bits away from being back into Metachamp range, right?
Right. You might as well. You could Tachyon bits KO the active here.
Oh wait, but he could win here because we're gonna get 2 prizes off of this attacker on the front. We have Magma Basin already. Benches are full, save for one anymore. Pokemon on the side of Method Many.
So
are we hitting for the right amount here? Metachamp has 210.
We're hitting 180 no matter what. Metachamp would have survived. No, it wouldn't, because you would attach now to the Entei, the healthy one, and then go from there.
Yeah. Thinking about the manual attach here.
I mean, they've got boss for game. Like, is there any way that Method Many wins this next turn? They can Yoga Loop, but then they still don't win because nothing's that damaged. And we're sitting on boss, and like maybe 1 or 2 things could do it. Like if you're Method, you don't want.
So they definitely have this Yoga Loop set up, right? What do you do off of that Yoga Loop?
That
Iono's pretty good into a no draw engine deck. That's certainly...
That hurts.
Okay, the Jet Energy is there. He's going to have to manually retreat it. Metachamp for the Yoga Loop. That's 2 prizes.
So and
now you have to find a way to ping something down to the 140 range. I don't know if that's happening.
As it currently stands, we will have 2 5/2s make it into cut. That all depends on if Rambo FW loses. Because Jam won their game. And that puts right now Goldingo at number 8.
And it is coming down to the wire.
I know, they've got 5 minutes left.
We're going to see the G-Max Rapid Flow. Oh, no, we're actually going to see the Gale Thrust here. Not even putting the damage down. That makes sense. You don't want to give up that energy, and they really don't have... I mean, ultimately, there's no way for Method Many to really set up a KO here.
Yeah, it feels like James might lose here because there's no. You need that boss's orders, and even then.
And is it a one of boss's orders so we know it's on the bottom of the deck?
Yeah. Research isn't going to help.
So I think this might just be the deck running out of steam.
Well-timed Iono.
Absolutely. And here we see them digging through their discards, seeing if they have really anything left.
Yeah, love my cap. That is pretty much true. Le Petit Filou, how are you doing tonight? Does regular Rapid Strike beat Entei Valiant? It should, considering it has the Inteleon in it.
A little too late here, finding that Radiant Zard as well.
As Rambo has just lost. I have had his game pulled open. Oh, we see James. New season, not top cut, but we are actually almost done with this round. One last match left.
That was a concede here, unfortunately, from James.
And there it is. Well, that is everything. Let's see what our top cut finalizes as. We've got Alisei with that weird Roaring Moon deck at number 1. Hunchback with Miraidon at number 2. Karuto with their Gardevoir at number 3. Philly Kaiba with Roaring Moon at number 4. Alpacas with Gardevoir at number 5. Blazy coming in with his Lugia at number 6. Jam with the Lost Zone box at number 7. And Shajin coming in with number 8 with the Gardevoir. Look at his opponent win percentage. 70%.
Torched. That's poor that. Dang.
Poor Faith's never had a chance to get in at 5-2 compared to that. Did he just play like everyone in Top Cut? No, some 3-1 drops helped him. But with that, let's get ready to go.
Both his losses are uncut. Yep. That does make sense.
Make sure I got
fantastic.
Let's get to Top Cut. Yes. There we go. Top Cut is live for the people playing in it. I will be messaging you all in here in a second. If you're able to stream your match, please stream your match. I know Blazy can. I know Alpacas can. Do you want Lugia or do you want Gardevoir? That's ones we know we have.
We could probably do another round of Lugia. I think we've seen quite a bit of Gardevoir today. I think we've only seen Lugia once.
Then we will get Blazy. Blazy is a really good Lugia player. But we have access to the Gardevoir and everything else. So I mean, if something moves fast, we definitely still have more games we can watch.
Oh, actually, this is still a Guardy match either way.
There's going to be a Guardy somewhere. But
yes. No doubt about it.
Thank you, Shuckle. We try. I guess that's the best way to do it. Oh, server. Oh, I hate the server error. It's a new one. It's a weird friend bug. He might need to restart his game. Everyone, Top Cut is live. Boop, boop. So we got Blazy, we got Alpacas, and then we got... It looks like we also do have Alisei. But if we do that one... it's against Gardevoir too.
There's no avoiding the Gardevoir.
No avoiding the Gardevoir. At least for this round. There is a possibility. We couldn't go all 4 Gardevoirs, but we could get close. So we have the other matches if we need them, depending on how these go. That's how it be some nights. Are we opening packs while we wait?
Yeah.
All right.
The content never stops. Let's go.
Oh, his opponent hasn't even checked in yet. You know what? If we're waiting on the opponent, I think the other one's going. Let's check the other game real quick.
Let's do it.
Are they going? No. It looks like they're setting up though.
I am going to step out for a quick minute to go grab a refill of my water.
That's a good time to do it.
1 sec.
Awesome. They are set up and they're going, so we'll watch this one. If it would. God, seriously, Blazy? Okay, there's a oh, that's why it's not popping up. There it is. If you were here during the funeral for PTCGO, we transferred it over, and what ended up happening was when I tried to look at what cards were in the things, it completely crashed the game. It like crashed my stream even. Like I had to like restart my stream and everything. And that was like my first experience with live. Transfer my account over, and then the whole thing crashes everything. I was like, yay.
All right, I have returned.
Haven't missed anything. Still setting up. But Blazy was opening packs and it crashed his game. While waiting. Oh wow, draw pass. But I mean, okay, you know what? That could actually be really detrimental here.
Ooh. Okay, I'm not going to lie to you. I have no clue what this build is supposed to do. So,
no idea. Okay, you know what it does?
Let me read Peony. Let me read
Peony is you discard your hand, grab two item cards you want. So he can discard his hand here, grab like Battle VIP Pass and Dark Patch if you wanted to.
Shopping center.
Yeah, like I'm
grabber. Grabber. Oh my god, it's a grabber build.
He's gonna grab her before he squawks.
No Pokemon. Triple supporter line though.
Avery.
Alright, Forest Field Stone. We are well into the cook.
We can know what's being cooked here. Yeah, this deck seems so bad, but if he gets like a turn 1 KO here on that opposing Ralts. Oh my god, the Dark Patch.
There's a Dark Patch.
The switch. He's getting really close. Top 8 troll. I know the first new.
And there's the other Dark Patch
right there. Oh my god, this game's going to this has to be going to game 2 next. And the thing is, Ralts wants to go first every time.
I feel like I'm experiencing like the discovery of a new like type of math. Like I'm just this is 7D chess.
Wow, this feels bad. They're going to hit him with the Iono. There's no way. Okay, they got a level ball. See, like if they survived the turn, the level ball would have been great.
Ralts. Super Rod to get back that single Ralts.
I don't know.
And there's the Iono.
Hope you get another Ralts.
And there it is, two Ralts. So the bare minimum, they're going to stay alive. I don't know if there's a ton of gusting in this deck. Let me check very quickly. And the V-Star power is still available here, the Forest Seal Stone. So we could see maybe a Duck Surge. I realized I was still looking at the previous pairings. Whoops. There's a knockout.
Like 100% here. Want to get the Mirage set, but even then you're like a little far back.
Yeah, having taken 2 prices, if you commit to the Mirage step here, you're going to be down 3 by the time you get really anything rolling. Another Iono here.
Mind you, though, they have a full bench now. Looking for that Mirage.
We're benching the Radiant Greninja here. Do we play any waters in this list?
No.
No, we don't. Okay. I saw the energy switches and I was like,
wrong deck,
but we don't need it. Wait. No, we don't need it because of Mew. So you could V-Star, there's a world where you could boss up the Greninja and then use the Mew with enough energy, if you can get enough energy switches. But no, I don't think we'll be seeing that here. So it is going to be the Mirage step.
Not with that hand. All right, so now they can hit 230 pretty easily. They have a couple things. Oh, we're going to catcher here. Probably go after one.
Come on, catcher.
Nope.
No dice.
It's currently top 8 Stellar. Some weird Roaring Moon deck versus your standard Gardevoir. First game. I need to adapt the bug, the score bug that I used during the tournament of the regionals into top 8. But I'm not doing that tonight because it's a lot to set up. So in time. Yeah, I miss Instruct Guru. Like how Alpacas is still in our chat while I'm still playing his game. He's doubling it up.
All right, so EX is in play.
I actually think this person did. I'll check. But yeah, no, we got the EX in play now. That's a big.
No, we could still see the Greninja play now though, because I didn't realize I didn't even catch the counter catchers. If they knock out the Roaring Moon here, we push up the Mew EX, counter catcher of the Greninja, attach for turn Galarian Moltres, and then search V-Star. Use the V-Star power. Maybe they're not letting it happen. That makes enough sense as well.
All right. Was there maybe an Alice? Yes, they placed 25th with a 6-3 drop. Same exact list. I think we even talked about it. This person's already been trolling us.
It was this same list with the Roaring Moon and the 4 Mew EX?
Yeah. I think we tried to get it on stream, but something happened. Their opponent didn't show or something like that.
Oof. And this is part. This I feel like is definitely part of the problem with the Galarian Moltres is this right here. Just kind of can get stuck. I don't really know how you're moving this out of the way here.
Energy attach.
To get back to the attacking.
You need one energy in the discard and one in hand to even do that.
Do we play any switch cards here? We do play 2 switch card in the list. But we are fully into that setup Guardy territory. Multiple attackers, multiple Guardies, another Ralts for backup there. Should it be needed.
Like the worst thing that can happen to him this turn, a Guardian player, is losing their Guardian EX.
Absolutely. Gonna go flip the coin here.
Here it comes.
It is a heads.
Oh, the Greninja.
I think they're doing. They might be digging for it.
They got the Peony.
Okay. Wait. So the Peony here or the shopping center gets some switch cart plus energy switch, and then Galarian Moltres. Right. Okay. And then you can force seal still for a dark energy. Yeah. All right. Restart here for 3.
The most hype at moment, Twitch with 9. Yeah. Sorry.
No.
You don't want if you don't want ads, pay the toll.
Oh, even better here. We're gonna see the earthen vessel to keep digging. Oh my gosh. This deck does it all. This deck actually just does it all. Attach for turn double KO. This is not real.
There's no coming back.
Oh my gosh.
Now you know next game they're going to bench the Manaphy.
Wow.
This is where best of 3 comes in. And
or just don't bench the Greninja, honestly. This is craziness.
Okay, yeah, Super Reincarnated Tatiana. They did, but they sacrificed it to keep their Ralts alive. And now it doesn't matter.
And now it all comes around. To be fair, though, they did have the opportunity to bench it again, but they needed to start setting up more of those Ralts. So that once they had enough attackers there, they took up that bench base, I think, with an additional Ralts. And it's coming back to bite them in a big way here.
Like, I don't even know what they can do here to win. Like, you can
counter catch up the Moltres again.
I was wondering if you counter captured up the Roaring Moon instead, and if you're able to KO that, they would need more to get something else. But then again, you have that. There's a lot of energy already on that Scream Tail.
Yeah, and it's kind of stuck there. I think they've managed to put more energies in the... No, there's actually just one more energy in the discard, so... They don't exactly have the most to work with.
Yeah, this feels like it's game.
I think I'd be thinking about conceding here if I'm a Shijin. Especially with the
updates on pairings. Hunchback is up 1-0 over Jam right now, and Alpacas is up 1-0 over Kaiba. So, just a quick update. So, Gardevoir's 1-1 match, and Hunchback is playing Miraidon. So,
there's a collapsed stadium. Make sure they have no more stuff to bench with, and there's another Iono.
The thing about Iono, though, is like they've got 3 restarts. What more can you do off 3 when you can draw 2, draw 2, draw 2, draw 2?
But without Cape here, actually, like you do kind of just have to wait it out, right? Like you're not losing any Pokemon this moment. Earthen Vessel not going to be enough. So maybe Town Store here, restart for 2. But I don't think. Oh, I think there were 2 energies shuffled back into the deck. Or a Seal Stone here to thin.
If they have 1 energy in deck, they can retreat at least.
Cost of 2 actually.
Because you can use the ability and get
Oh, that's right, Dire Flame Wings.
But now you need to find a patch or something else to be able to attack with either the Roaring Moon or just even an energy switch. You can just energy switch to the active and just win.
Here we go. Restart number 3. It's gonna be the Serena.
I think I just think you just Serena here. Just keep digging. There's the patch.
And there's the patch. Wow.
We will be going into a game 2 here. This deck
that was crazy.
This deck took Roaring Moon and said, hey, I'm just going to put as many draw cards as I can in here somehow with Peony and Muse, and we're going to call it good, and this is what we're going to do.
I think at one point people were realizing that you maybe just needed to run a lot of items to make Aurora Moon work, and this is just taking it to the extreme. Peony, you got Shopping Center, you just have items galore. So you can always just have the right item for the play.
Right. Moon was the best attacker. That makes sense. Well, Moon hits pretty well. It's like Lugia, 220 makes sense.
That was cool.
That was
I think the best of 3 is going to weigh heavily here on the decision making, because at this point, if you're the Guardian player, you're thinking, maybe I just don't bench the Greninja. Maybe I do really need a Manaphy in this matchup if I bench the Greninja, and at that point you're committing 2 spaces just to play the Greninja. So I don't know.
Here's the other scary thing. You go first, right? You get 1 Pokemon out. And that's it.
And Roaring Moon does Roaring Moon things. Now, we aren't playing this. Actually, are we playing the Citizen though? I should definitely double check, but I don't think we're running Seta's Vitality here. So you would be exclusively digging through for attachment with those dark patches, with those energy switches, with that Galarian Moltres V. I'm impressed. I see now why it has just flown to the top. It does have the advantage, I think, of people not knowing what exactly a deck can do. But even in tournaments here where we have open deck lists, you stare at this thing and you're like, what am I afraid of? I'm afraid of the whole deck. I'm afraid of every line of play that this deck has access to.
This is like a new version of Arc Pile, but better maybe.
Stack has got to be a pile. Yeah, I don't know. I'm almost a believer.
I know.
It's making me want to believe. Here we go. Game number 2. Let's see if Gardevoir can find an answer.
Now, would it lose to like Lugia? Colorless Lugia? Considering that plays usually enough cards to go after the 180s. Like go after that, hit that, and then continue to do so. I'm just wondering. I don't even know.
That's true. I think then you really go for the Roaring Moon plays and just hope to go 2-2-2. And at that point, yeah. I mean, I guess you're kind of preying on the coin flip, right?
Yeah.
But you're right. The 180 is kind of like that exact number for those laxes to be taking out your restart Mew VMAXs.
Like you're hitting 150, but I mean, still, you're doing just enough damage.
Checking the prize cards here. Rough go of it, seeing 1 dark patch and 1 energy switch. I'm not sure. Did Shijin opt to go second here? I do believe so. So
I will
2 Ralts this time. 2 Ralts. Big improvement.
They went second. They chose to go second. I went and double checked into their thing. As Alpaca's already 2-0'd Kaiba. And Blazy's up 1-0 over Karuto.
Why would you play less than 4 so you can restart 3 times in 1 turn? That's the only answer. It might not be the right answer, but it is an answer. If you put in 4 Moon, you can't fit 4 Mew EXs.
You play multiple heavy ball. I mean, it really does now feel like they want to go second, just because they can now set up a little bit stronger. Oh, losing an energy though already.
I agree there, Professor Cook. All things considered, I do agree. I do think you probably want at least 3. 2 does seem like a really greedy setup. Yeah, exactly. So, it's more to do with your bench space. You want way more Mews in play, way more Mews than you do EXs to be able to chain the restarts.
So this winner will face Alpacas in the next round. In our semifinals top 4. There's a counter catcher. Okay.
Not active quite yet, but most likely will be here.
This person's cooler. What does that mean? Like, this is Mike and this is cooler Mike?
I wonder if we're going to see a full discard here of the entire hand so that we can utilize this peony.
Oh, Daniel. This is the cooler Daniel.
Yeah, that's what it was. Are there any anti-Valiant decks tonight? Yes, there are. Is there one in Top Cut still?
No, the closest one was I want to say it was James's deck at 17. And then Valiant in general, number 11 with Clone's Panda was 5-2 with Valiant Urshifu. Denson with 5-2 was Rapid Strike Inteleon Urshifu.
All right, getting that Dark Patch Grabber. So this Roaring Moon is set up and ready to start that attack. And that is actually going to send the Kirlia to the bottom. So as it stands right now, it's going to force the Worker out of Shijin. Unless they can find maybe something like a level ball for a Kirlia off the Mew. Calamity Storm here is going to actually keep the Cycling Road around.
Oh, I didn't even think about this. The Rapid Strike is using Technical Machine Devolution.
Ooh.
Right?
Yeah, so you ping the board and then you devolve and ping mons are now tiny ping mons that die. That's pretty good.
That's how you beat Charizard.
That get knocked out, excuse me. They don't die. Pokemon don't die.
Don't die. They don't die, they just go to super health. I'm sorry, Lost Zone. And even then, that's only when Lost City's out there. I am going to look at this Rapid Strike. I need to go check my mail because I've had the worst luck trying to get Inteleon VMAX, the IRL cards. I am now up to 2.5 months trying to get the final 2 Vs I need and VMAX. I've got 3 different sellers, and I went TCG Player Direct on the latest seller, and I still haven't gotten them. Almost like a month later. Well over a month later.
I hate to see it.
I was hoping to play it in a cup, and then I was like, nope, I gotta play Gardevoir because that's the only card I had. And then I'm like, where's my Mirage Step? And it's like, ha ha ha, you never owned me in the first place.
Holy.
Or maybe I did, and I lent it to someone and I never realized it. I don't need this card ever.
Nice little Shining Arcana attached there onto the Gardevoir. Love to see it.
Memory Skip isn't going to do much here. You know what? You can force him to Frenzy Gouging, I guess.
I was going to say, it does force him into that Frenzied Gouge, which would be unfortunate. And they don't have another Roaring Moon set up. Their only other potential attacker here is going to be that Galarian Moltres B. No Pokemon Catcher shenanigans today.
You see, like, I thought Zard was difficult for it, if only because it was, if they got going, and it just became harder to win the game. But now we also have Turos. It looks like they've cut Cheryl now and just go with the Turos, which makes sense. I'm definitely playing this tomorrow. This deck and this other one, this Rapid Strike. I've got 2 decks to try out now.
Broken deck. Our burn there.
See the burn. All right, now this is absolutely Gardevoir has to take a KO this turn. This is the turning point.
I mean, I think they're certainly positioned to do so, right? They've already got this Gardevoir. They've already gotten 1 attach off the Shining Arcana. All they have to do is get that EX. Okay.
Oh, there's the Manaphy.
We didn't learn our lesson.
No, we did.
Okay, there's the Manaphy. There's the
Manaphy. Yeah. They did learn their lesson. There's the Manaphy. It wasn't here. We just put 1 down. I'm gonna put both of these down.
All right, we're going to see the refinement here. Going to continue digging through the deck. This Kirlia is good to evolve as well, so
they can find the Gardevoirs.
Actually, they don't even need the Gardevoir EX. They could just attach here.
If they can attach
to the Gardevoir with a reversal energy.
Right. That should get them enough. the way they're stalling here does not make me believe they have it.
9 cards in hand. Could they all be the wrong one? I think we're still waiting on a Shining Arcana here, perhaps?
Perhaps.
No, there's a reversal.
No, they're not, because it's the down arrow.
Yep. Good call. We will see the attack here from the Gardevoir.
They've used every single ability they have.
Oh, is it enough, though? Are we there?
For
12, 180. We're hitting for 180, right?
I think we're 10 short. But they effectively make it so they can't attack anymore. Do you see the Avery? So they hadn't even played a supporter yet.
Oh, this is tough. I think the Mew VMAX makes the most sense.
The question is, did they finally get that Gardevoir they're looking for? Oh, counter catcher. Now you get it with the Mew, though.
All right.
And now also you just possibly killed their draw engine.
Ultra Ball in hand as well. We are going to see the next Shining Arcana Gardevoir lined up. Let's see the evolution here.
I don't like that all the way, because now you've locked yourself into 2 Shining Arcanas, and if they bring up the other Ralts, you don't have a Gardevoir EX.
That is true. You're not quite hitting enough, I think, to knock out this Roaring Moon. I'm going to see the energy switch here. Double energy switch.
Surprisingly, we have no counter catchers active either right now for either side.
Right. I wonder if they're considering the Pokemon catcher here to do the play that you just mentioned. Maybe bring up that one Curlia. Looks like they might be considering it.
If you bring it up, you're pretty safe. That's why I was like, oh, why did we evolve that other Curlia?
Now you have to hit heads here, though.
They got it. Easy. Called it.
Oh, my goodness. Let's see what the decision is. There's the Curlier. There's the restart for 3.
But they can get the other reversal energy onto that one. Onto the Gardevoir, and then they're doing more than enough damage. Or counter catcher Mew again. Yeah, that's another one.
God, reversal energy is just such a good card.
So good.
Goodbye Artisan. Goodbye Curlia. So we will not be seeing the appearance of Guardi EX here. But as you stated, this will be an opportunity for Shijin to get pretty far ahead here if they're able to find that other reversal energy.
I believe they already got rid of it, though.
Oh, did it get dumped?
I thought it got dumped early. Well, now they can attach. I'll give them 6 on KO.
Shining Arcana. Double Shining Arcana. Fog Crystal is there. So we will be getting up to 6 energy.
And there's the Ralts.
And I think at this point, if you're the Roaring Moon player, you need to find an Iono. Do you even run it? Do you even have room in this perfectly constructed deck? For Iono, no, I do not see it in
No.
Iono. So 10 card hand playing into Guardy here is going to be able to attack. Still no EX on board.
But Candy EX is all they need. Collapse.
And the Collapse Stadium, getting rid of the Greninja, not playing any games.
They are afraid. That is a sign of a player going, no.
That is real fear. So what do you play for here? I guess you can maybe look to trap the active with that counter catcher. Don't know if that really gives you enough time, but at this point, you just don't have a very comfortable prize map to make this conversion. All you have on your board is 2 prizers.
I believe they tossed their one prizer already.
They do have Evital in hand, actually.
Oh, they do have the Evital. Okay. You kind of want the Evital to be the one out there. No, it doesn't KO Baby Guardy, okay, but at least prevents your prize trade maybe a little bit.
Oh, and you could go for the other Ralt. So still no access to that Gardevoir, but this means another turn for a potential manual attach. So it doesn't feel great, but it might be one of your last outs here. I think it has to be an attack with the Evital. And at that point, I mean, what are you realistically hoping for? Because you're dead to boss. You're dead to one boss here. Peony to grab Energy Switch and Dark Patch.
All right, talking about Iron Hands being mid in the VGC though, it's actually good. It took up 51.3% of their meta.
So next time you're feeling down, remember you could be playing the VGC.
Yeah, you could end up.
And Iron Hands would be ruining your game.
One that excites me, and we won't see this for another 4 sets, I believe. Just because we're always like a year behind the DLC, maybe. Is how do we get 4 Ogerpon forms, or are we only going to get? Are we going to get some sort of mechanic around this mask, like we did with Rapid Strike, Fusion Strike, Single Strike?
I mean, Ace-Specs are expected to make a comeback, right? I don't know if it would line up, but you could have Ace-Specs for the Ogerpon as tool cards.
That is true.
So we do see the Evital attack here. Not bad. Almost fixes your prize trade, but at this point, even if you go 1 for 1, you're losing out pretty hard here.
Let's see, we're only at manual attach. Boss, I think, still wins the game because you hit 4. That's 120 plus 60. That's more than enough. So a manual attach boss actually just wins. The Mew becomes a huge thing.
We'll get 4 Terrestrial EX Ogerpon. I hope not. We don't need more Pokemon with funny hats.
Well, we're going to get multiple Ogerpon, just like we got multiple Urshifus and Calorexes.
Yeah. There's the attach. That's out the Shining Arcana even.
They're out of...
God, and I mean, you're just staring down a 13 card Gardevoir, 13 card hand Gardevoir. What are you really hoping for here?
You're just hoping they don't have the boss for game. And the thing is, Gardevoir's cut their boss count down so far.
I think that might have been what that Ultra Ball was there for, just to check the deck, see if it's even in there. We're gonna wait for knockout here. So you can push up this Roaring Moon once you get the energy onto it, if you can find a way to put the energy on it.
What's hilarious right now is they are winning purely without finding a Gardevoir EX right now.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the manual attaches have gone a long way. I think we've seen 2 Shining Arcana attaches, the manual attach of pretty much every other bit of energy here. We'll not see a counter catcher. Or Pokemon catcher, excuse me. Restart for 1. Fireflame Wings for 1. And it's just going to be the Calamity Storm there to knock out this baby Guardy.
280 is a really hard number to hit.
You know what's not a hard number to hit? 180 with a caped up Screamtail.
Right, right. If he's got cape, if he's got there's a cape, there's a candy.
There's a candy.
It doesn't matter. It's picking its target.
Beautiful stuff there.
So
Cleans up the game. Yeah, once again, Guardy doing Guardy things, playing from, I think it was a full 2 prize deficit there, and no EX until the last turn of the game. But now that does mean this deck can choose to go second. So it will start attacking even earlier potentially here.
Oh, I love the server error. Such
the
good
server error. Yes, that was game 2, right?
That was game 2.
Yeah.
We're going into game 3
1
now.
Was won by our resident Roaring Moon.
Everything else is split 1-1 right now. All 3 games that are still going are all in game 3. Right, 3. Yeah, I was seeing that. I was wondering how it ended up 3-0. Oh, I see what happened. Your opponent pressed loss on game 3 and then put game 2. We have a stream issue. I mean, a game issue. It'll be right back. See, there it is.
There we go.
So
this would be quite the upset to witness, by the way. If we see this game 3 go the way of this Roaring Moon.
Let's see what the Roaring Moon is going first or second. I'm checking right now.
I mean, you have to be choosing second here, right?
Yeah, Alice says second. Okay. Of course this happened. They conceded during the psychic embrace, so the person's like, uh-oh, bug. Just restart. We watched the game. We know what happened.
Oh, yep. I was about to make a comment too when our Roaring Moon player conceded, and I was almost like, maybe you should just wait so games don't crash, but it is what it is.
Yeah. Sometimes you just want to move on. You're just like, okay, I'm moving on.
And there are time considerations, which is a real thing, but here we are, unfortunately, eating up time for the crash, so...
Let's see how much time's left. 18 minutes if we have to, because it's a stream game. They would do. We can make a call here, like whoever's ahead in prizes. We can see it. I can make the judge call. Easy peasy. Most of the time, top 8 people don't usually fight the game 3 prizes ahead. We had one person do that once, and they declared themselves the winner of the whole tournament because they said their opponent didn't have a win con, but their opponent was ahead in prizes, and it took game 1. I'm like, sorry, dude. If you're gonna play stall, make sure you can win.
This is true. That is one of the weaknesses of the stall deck, is you're playing against your opponent and you're playing against time.
It's like we all like to watch Sander play stall, like whatever crazy new stall he comes out with, right? But there's also a reason like he usually gets like top 8 and then doesn't win or close to top cut. Because you play someone like Azul, and then Azul has the 1 card deck for control that beats it.
All right, here we go. We are going second as a Roaring Moon, and we have 3 trekking shoes.
They are going for the donk. They're going to end it here. So we have another one done. Jam has beaten Hunchback. So that means a Lost Zone Tina is moving on.
Oh, man. Oh, Manaphy in the front again.
Oh, no. If he doesn't get another Pokemon down, this is going to be harsh. Because if that'll... Oh, they got the Artisan. They're alive.
All right, all right.
They're alive. They're still alive.
From what we saw in game 1, if Manaphy is the first one to go down here, unless it gets rotted and put back in, Greninja will also not be the most viable tool here, just out of fear of having this Mew EX.
Do what it did again?
Moonlight Shuriken you with your own Greninja. We're going to see one Ralts. Make that 2. All right, we're playing the game. We're playing the video game.
No donks
and
here
the
tonight.
Energy attached to boot. That's looking like potential Mirage Step angle here. And that'll be...
Kind of sucks here that you're going to use up all your trekking shoes this turn.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great. Pokemon Catcher, though. Hits heads every time and is probably going to go for that energy, that powered up Ralts.
The fact they got 2 down, even if you're Shijin, horrible me with busting up names, you don't feel as bad. You're like, well, I got a second one. I just need to find energy for it.
Right. Yeah, you can push it up, search for that Mirage Step. Now, some consideration here for whether we want to restart now or later. This is most likely going to grab us a Squawk ability for the good old Squawk and Seize. So not a ton of progress made here, honestly, on powering this up. There's another Pokemon Catcher and Earthen Vessel. So at the very least, I think we can get an attack lined up. Yeah, we have an attack guaranteed here. Peony can go ahead and grab us an energy switch or another dark patch. Ooh, and I like this option as well, actually. You can make sure the prize trade stays relatively close here if you start attacking with the Evital early.
Now, surprisingly, this one, the Evital needs a second attack to KO this specific Ralts.
Oh, because it doesn't have the psychic weakness?
It doesn't have the dark, it has the metal
Or
weakness.
the dark weakness, excuse me. Let's see, energy switch grabber.
So we'll go see what the Gardevoir's hand is.
4-card hand. Terraflame wings. Pass that over to the Evital. And that hand has a whole lot of nothing in it.
Nope.
We still have to restart for 3 here? Oh, okay, I was going to say, I think I got used for 1 earlier. Single strike wings. This does mean we are still, I think, guaranteed the Mirage Step, and we're probably going to see another benching of the Ralts with the Artisan that's left in play.
So you should, hopefully by this next turn, have 1 Ralts, 3 Kirlia set up, and then the Kirlia in the active. Hopefully.
See,
If you prize the Mirage Step, unless that's another energy in hand. Because we knew they had 2 energy, so they had to have top decked energy. Or a draw
Otherwise,
card.
this would be a pretty crazy misplay. Yeah, we're here. We're good here.
We're good. Okay.
That'll be 2 Kirlia, so at least 1 Kirlia prize, presumably, unless they're keeping bench space open, which is also a valid consideration.
They will be able to go into their counter catcher turn. This next one.
I think this is an okay hand to sit on, but they're just not a care in the world here. And we're going to go for the max high roll potential here with the Pokemon catcher. 2 Pokemon catchers, 2 sides of a coin. That means you have to hit one of these Kirlias, right?
I mean, they've used up a lot of luck already.
Okay.
And they still have it.
Never misses. Never misses. Here we go. Kirlia going down. Still has the Star Alchemy, by the way. Keeps flashing it there, but does still have access to a search. And next turn will be likely a 3-card restart.
And so Vettel's putting in some work.
And it's a 2-card hand, by the way, which is not great. You only have 1 Kirlia as your draw engine right now.
You have access to Ralts. We see the Avery, so Squawk's probably gone.
And that's rough. That's actually really bad for the Guardy player because you generally want to snipe that with the Screamtail. That's an easy 2 prize turn for you.
100%, especially considering you don't even need the cape to do that.
If anything, you're just opening the bench space for more Mews. Grasping at straws here, but I mean, we've seen Guardy come back from worse, so you can never discount it here. The real question is going to be whether we can set up an attack this turn. Supporter used for turn. Your 1 Kirlia used for turn, so there's no more drawing for you. This is it. This is going to be all she wrote. It's going to be the counter catcher.
Now they can draw out of it. There's a possibility, but there's no energy in the discard right now. So you just subject the switch card and it doesn't matter.
All right, Nest Ball for another Mew EX. And we are restarting for 3. Another Mew EX. Absolutely lovely.
Or the
and even
cards.
has the energy switch to work with for later. That is absurd. Who was the person asking why you run for? Why you only run 2? So you can bench 3 Mew VMAXs. That's why.
So Mew VMAX can come out and do what Mew VMAX does.
Oh man, that's silly. This is. Oh, I forgot about the Forest Seal Stone.
Yeah, it looks like they're out of gusting options though.
Heart of the cards. That's right. We're switching games now. This is a Yu-Gi-Oh deck. This is a Yu-Gi-Oh deck for sure. All right. Earthen Vessel, we're going to grab us 2 more energy from the deck. The last 2 energies in the deck as well. And it's actually a great opportunity to maybe start thinking about attaching to the Moltres here. I guess you have the energy switch as an option if you really, really need to get out of a pinch. Yeah, no Seda. No Seda in the list.
Seda, who's that? Who do they need?
Never heard of her. Goes to a different school. And I mean, the Guardy player here needs. Shijin is going to have to draw the nuts here. They're going to need enough energy in the discard here. They're going to want to accelerate. Enough energy to take out this Roaring Moon. They're going to need Shining Arcana and a Guardy EX. There's one piece of the puzzle.
Could you imagine being Arvin and having to deal with both Seda and or Toro as your parents? Like, God damn it, Dad! Stop with the future stuff. Mom, stop with the Flintstones cosplay. Not worth it.
Hey, you can't. No, not the Flintstones cosplay.
Mom, Fred
All
Flintstone isn't real. Give it up. Let's see if they have the
Ultra Ball
candy
on
here.
deck, so we are going to start attacking. At the bare minimum, we are going to start attacking.
On our end, that we know they have no catchers. You have 3 turns now to win. I think they might still have their cross switchers, which then you don't really win.
And this is certainly a weakness of the deck, right? Like, once Guardy gets set up, it sometimes feel like it doesn't matter how far you are ahead in the prize trade, right? Because Guardy can easily go 2/2/2 here. There's not a whole lot you can do to really disrupt that path. You can't attack their hand.
You can attack with the big Moltres and be like, hey, try to KO me with something, but
Right.
actually, you just KO with the big Guardy. But you don't even want to do that right now. No, man, if you could get a Screamtail. A Screamtail doesn't do enough, though. Because then you give up 2 prizes.
Right.
This is a...
Pray. Yeah, KO with Evital Pray. There's no Candy Guardy. Yeah, that's right.
Like, Guardy's in a good place, but also I have no draw support whatsoever this turn.
Are we getting the knockout with the Moltres on the EX?
Oh crap, I gotta tell make sure everyone knows. I didn't even realize we have 2 minutes left in the matches.
Oh.
I just realized that I should have been telling them like 5 minutes ago. That's my fault. I got too caught up with the game.
It happens.
So as it stands right now, the this deck, the pile will win. I have no idea what's happening on Blazy's one. He doesn't have his active right now, so I can't tell. I don't know. I know it's not going to do much.
No.
I guess you can get candy.
You could still find the Candy Guardy here. Off of that Iono.
Can't believe these two other games are going to time. These two games are going to time.
2 more cards off the top. Do they find what they need?
As we've got a winner in the other game, as Karuto has beaten Blazy. We go 2-1. I did not expect all these games to go to time.
All right, we're going to see the retreat here of the Ralts. It's probably going to be into. It's actually going to be into the Mew. So we're not going to see an attack here at all.
There's the rare candy. There's not much more you can do.
Yeah, did retreat into Ninja, denied to Evital KO. That's right. But now that we've swapped back, counter catcher.
Please put some damage out there, but
yeah, this is looking rough.
This is grim.
What are we doing here? Did they forget they already retreated? What's going on? There's the attack.
Like, this game is pretty much over anyways. If we go into turns, technically, if this was turn 0, because or turn 1, they got one more turn. Turn 3, Moltres should win anyways.
The 30 allows them to go on a guard EX. That's right. That's probably what we'll see here. That'll be a 2-prize KO. Actually,
I don't think they're out of moons. The game is over. It's over. Alice is the winner because they had more prizes at time. But I want to make sure this person finishes it out and everything, because this person is their first tournament, and just Alice is going to win, as it almost seems as it is. So
they need Moon, E-Switch, Dark Patch. Yep. Actually, I don't think I unfortunately don't think this Roaring Moon would have found a way to finish this game out.
Probably not, but they're being saved by the time. So right now they're only hitting 220 with the Yveltal, which is not enough to KO the Gardevoir EX, and they don't have any obvious switches.
There's wait, hold on. Yeah, never mind. And they can. They should have it here.
The Earthen Vessel.
Oh, I don't think there's any energy in the deck, though.
We'll still check. Nope.
Okay, so yeah, we still don't get there.
3 E switches, though. So grab 2 of them with Peony.
Oh, yeah, could happen, and then we're still drawing out the restart.
I'll just grab 2 of them. Does he really? I would have grabbed both of them. But then again.
Well, this does guarantee a full restart draw, though. Well, I guess either way, you were guaranteed that, and you get the Pokestop.
And then you just get it anyways.
There he is. There he is. Wow.
Wow. So they straight up won anyways here watching.
That was sick. Wait, what are we still drawing for?
They're just drawing to draw.
Win the game. Win the game. Oh my gosh.
So it doesn't even matter now here anyways. We just watched them win anyways. So let's get the next round going.
Beautiful stuff.
There we go. Top 4 is ready. We'll get that set up. We'll let them do their thing. And then we'll just stick with this. We're here. We're set up. No reason to change, right?
I like it.
As we will have our finals. We'll actually see against Alpacas and Jam versus Karuto. So we will actually have a finals stream no matter what, because with Alice and Alpacas are streaming, so that will get us into it.
The fact that we still don't have spectator mode is
please,
a real bummer.
God, I want that so bad. That sounds horrible the way I'm saying it. Please, God. But no, it would be so much easier. Like, you'd be like, here, spectator mode. Here's my room thing. I just have my game open. I toss that in. Boom, we can watch the game. We can even see without any cards, right? We don't have to see the cards.
Which would be lovely.
Which would make casting harder. Don't get me wrong. It's like we're going in half blind. But it'd still be a lot more fun.
Well, there is a world where we could, if they were implemented properly, you could have an observer mode where you could see both hands, and that would be amazing.
I think the issue comes into is like if people are able to be like, hey, here's my game, and they can see their opponent's hands.
That's true. That's true.
That's why I would say you need to be able to see no hands, or I don't know if you want to be like a turn or two behind. Where
like a stream delay could be an option.
Like we usually have about a 20-second delay on here. It's actually almost a minute delay on YouTube of all things. Which mostly YouTube, I think that no one's watching on there. Oh, there's a viewer on there. Hi, viewer on YouTube. I usually mostly use it for VODs right now.
That makes sense. All right, well, this roaring pile has done it, and we are into the top 4 of the Tournament of Doom. What an impressive run.
Yeah. And we'll see how fast this one goes, because they're going to their second Guardy matchup for the night. But Alpacas believes he can do it. And you know what? I can believe him, because he is a very good player.
Getting into it here soon. Pack of Alpacas.
Oh, I forgot. Jam is on his 6th Guardy tonight.
Oh my goodness.
If Alpacas wins and Jam wins, that'll be 7 Guardies he's faced. Oh, so his record was against them. 4-1. 4-0-1 against Guardies. Wow.
That's something.
Like part of me wants Alice to win with the pile just because it's a pile and that's fun. But another part of me is like, I want Alpacas to win and Jam to win, so just Jam gets number 7.
Hey, you never know. Maybe this is the optimal build. Maybe we were all just blind to the truth.
That's a possibility. That is a lot of energy in hand.
Star Alchemy here. Probably looking for that Squawkabilly EX.
Get that and a Rory Moon.
Battle VIP pass here. Oh, and it's actually in the prize cards.
Good on them. They noticed.
So, yeah, can you imagine how devastating it would have been if you just turbo into the Battle VIP pass there and do not see your Squawkabilly?
Newman TLDR, thank you for the follow.
It's not quite what we're looking for, but
not absolutely horrible.
We'll maybe help to set something up next turn.
I'm assuming Alpacas, after watching them play this last game, they had the opportunity to watch. It's one of those things. Like people don't even talk about regionals. If you're going to Top Cut and you're able to watch your opponents play and see some of their moves, like they're on stream or you're able to finish your matchup fast and you can sit there and watch, that's an advantage that you need to take. So we know that he likes to go and use the Mew EX, which we didn't put down.
Oh, wow. We're actually seeing only one Ralts in play right now.
What if he prized Ralts?
Dark Cutter there is going to do it, wasting no time here. Sees the line. That's going to be a Ralts taken out very early.
That makes me feel like
and actually finding their way into the Peony too, which is possibly huge. And now that Pokemon catcher could definitely push up that Manaphy. That's going to be the instant concede there on turn 4 of the game. We're going to game 2, just not seeing any way to recover this game and save up some time, try and get a full 3 games in here. And this puts our pile ahead in this top 4 matchup.
Well, oh no. Well, that makes sense then.
Oh, geez, what?
But there's not much we can do about bugs. The VIP pass bug has been so weird.
You hate to see it.
100%. That's one of those things we can't do much on from our end. This is one of those things where I wish we had a game log, and then if we could reset game states for friendly games.
That'd be the dream.
So you'd be like, here it is. Here's my stuff. This is what happened. I'm like, okay, we can reset the game state. Game state's back. Here we go. But who knows? The development of this game.
First turn here. Already Squawkabilly in hand. I'm actually choosing to start the Evital, even with Mew EX in hand.
Yeah, I kind of thought they would start the Mew EX as just having a nice free retreater. But then again, you can attach, and then Dark Cutter's going to do its thing.
We're going to restart for 3. The value. Vitality Band also in the mix.
No Pokemon prized.
We do have another round of Dark Patch and Energy Switch prized, however, so that will leave 3 and 3 in the deck.
Yes, PTCGO did have a game log. I have no idea why PTCGL does not.
Squawk and Seas for 6. Another Dark Patch. Trekking Shoes. Definitely want that guy in the discard pile. Ooh. And another Dark Patch. That's a really nice little setup there for the next turn. If they can dodge an Iona.
Oh, there's this another switch. Now he's set up. My God, he's just. How is this deck like? Is this the ultimate deck?
The ultimate build of Roaring Moon. We didn't know we needed.
This is just insane. Now I see a Mew, a Research, 2 Collapse, a Corellia, and a Candy.
Wow.
If it doesn't allow him to do it here, I'm going to be... Okay, thank God.
Okay, we're good.
I was going to be this so...
And that does look really rough, but I mean, truthfully, you just have to get Ralts on the board here. You know what this deck can do. You have to find those Ralts.
And you just already watch it
out here. And it's another VIP pass. Hopefully this one also allows for the selection. And there's the duo. And now we're really drawing cards. This is kind of exactly where you want to be. Pokemon Catcher. Looking to maybe take out one of those Ralts. Not this time.
At what point do their all their luck with the catchers end?
I know. Well, we did see a Tails there. Let's see the retreats. Actually, just going to hold on to that Dark Patch for now. That's actually a really nice card to find off the top. And we will go into the usual guardy things here. Did lose out on one of those Kirlias, but could certainly be finding our way into a rare candy. There's the other Kirlia, so we won't be seeing at least one of the Gardevoirs on this turn. It's going to be the Mirage Step Kirlia and the Counter Catcher. I think we should be seeing another attack here. The energy switch on deck as well, and probably going to use that Peony for another energy switch. Thinking about the second item here. Might be considering the Pokemon Catcher here. It would be pretty nice to take out one of these Kirlias. Here we go.
Miss.
And a Tails. Maybe that looks for an out.
What's up, Blazy? Let's switch here. And you could grab
that is
another.
A nice pickup on the Forest Seal Stone, so could go for another catcher.
But just gonna go with the Calamity Storm. They could Moonlight Shuriken, but there's no way for them to get past the Manaphy. They pulled that move earlier, what, 2 games ago? Where they got the Moonlight Shuriken off?
Yeah, it was actually game 1. I think it was a Manaphy start. Manaphy got knocked out, didn't get benched back. Greninja was put on board, and then they got the Wombo combo.
There's the Gardevoir in the active, surprisingly. But he can move it. I mean, what's the damage, right?
And it seems they might be considering just attacking with this right here.
No, okay. He grabbed the Scream Tail.
I was gonna say we saw the Scream Tail grab. This makes a lot more sense.
He's looking at that Squawkabilly.
Oh yeah. And as crazy as it sounds, the fact that we only had a 2 prize advantage at this point in the game feels like Guardy's very, very well positioned here. And the Ionos are going to start coming through as well.
Sorry, I'm messaging my wife. I found a friend today got laid off, just like literally right now. I'm like, oh god, she needs to know.
Oh man.
Yeah, me and him worked really well together, and it really sucks. I might see if I can find a position for him on my team.
There's no more Pokemon catchers. Oh, there's one left in deck. Considering using it here. Is going to be the Grabber Pokemon catcher. Ralph's going to the bottom of the deck, checking that hand to see if it has enough juice to continue. Not that you can do a whole lot to interrupt it at this point, but
hope for the best. What's up?
What's up,
Unknown Force?
And there's the heads. So I think the EX is the next one on the chopping block here. Restart for 3. I'm honestly surprised at how many times we say that watching this deck play.
And then they just keep drawing through. You know what?
And the Forest Seal Stone.
You know what's going to probably cripple this deck if they win? The Lost Zone Tina.
Oh man.
The Lost Zone Tina plays more Path of the Peaks than anything. This deck is playing small, thin hands, running as much as it can.
And it needs that Moltres constantly to be refreshing those energies so they can energy switch onto some of the other Pokemon. So that is a nightmare matchup for sure.
And to top it off, Jam is currently up 1-0.
There's the next Ralts.
Worst thing, you
cannot see a refinement here.
You cannot put the cape on the Scream Tail. I think they already got rid of it, but you can't to try to even take a KO on anything.
Yeah, because then you're almost guaranteeing that 2 prize turn and you're just dead in the water at that point. But the cape did get discarded earlier in the game.
I wish there was a way to increase what you could hit on the bench, but there's no real way to do that.
If this could start to add up to being enough, realistically, these Ionos are really going to damage this deck. And the Gardevoir does have to go just 2-2-2 here. Has to find the next KO. It cannot be through the Scream Tail. We cannot put any more energies on it, so it is capped at that 160. It will have to get retreated. And it is going to be a 1 prize knockout. I don't think we play the Rod in this deck, so at this point, what can the Guardy player really do? You can't counter capture anything that can't attack. This Roaring Moon is a massive problem for pretty much every card in your deck.
As soon as they get a second energy onto that Galarian Moltres, that's checkmate. Oh
yeah. We're drawing cards, baby. Tracking shoes for tracking shoes. I'd like to see an attach return there, maybe. I don't see why you wouldn't. Finally attaches that Forest Seal Stone.
yeah, Alpacas is right in chat. He's calling it. I don't blame him.
Two Arcana Guardian, bottom 3 prizes. Yeah, that hurts.
That's where it's just going to hurt. So we've got this very interesting Roaring Moon deck going into the finals then.
Against all odds.
It's just like, I don't want any cards in hand. I'm just going to keep trying to find the item cards I want. And I'm going to flip heads on everything. That's how many times did they flip heads? Let's take a KO and hope for the best. Okay, you know, honestly here, if they don't have any more stadiums, they would win, but then again, the Galarian Moltres just needs energy, and there's like 15 energies.
Wait, I was wondering, do we not just get the knockout with
Moltres?
The Roaring Moon there? Frenzied Gouging?
Frenzied Gouging, yes, that does it too.
All right, well, unfortunately, game number 1 was for sure.
Yeah, game number 1 is the perfect example. The perfect example of why I'm very hesitant about trying to do a pay-in for a regional style event. Could you imagine, this is what the situation we're thinking of, that you pay $5 to play, right? $5 is small compared to say paying 30 or 70, like for a region, 60 or 70 for a regional, right? But still $5. That kind of stuff adds up. And then you have a game that happens like that prevents you from being able to win, say, $1,000 or something. I'm not saying that's going to be the prize amount, but if that's what I got to. Like, how mad would you be, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is really difficult to justify that when this is always an ongoing possibility. I think at bare minimum, like being able to roll back from previous game states would be like the golden standard. Not even the golden standard. I think the bare minimum, sorry, quite the opposite direction. The bare minimum before I think most people would feel comfortable. But hey, we've got this pile in the finals. Who are they facing off against?
We don't know yet. This is the worst part. Is like we have to wait, unless I could get one of the players to stream their game, but I don't like to ask when they're in the middle of a game.
Yeah, I can hang out.
But this would be if you are looking for a time to go get a drink or something else. This would be the time.
Yeah, fill up on those drinks.
We've got one more game to go, and we've got this. We're going to have the stream of it. We've got the player. We got a side, so we're not even going to mess with that. But yeah, Alpaca said it too. If there was much worse, money was on the line, and that's what's stopping me from doing it like the next regionals as like a money thing. Because I could legally, what I could do is when you play by signing up, you would be 100%. This is it. You understand, and there's bugs, blah blah blah. You have to play through it. That's a possibility, but I don't even want that. Like this is going to leave a bad experience, and like for some people.
Devs, if you're watching out there, please roll back game states, please.
Right, or save game states thing or something for friends. But as it is,
and like observer tools, please. Observer tools, please. Advanced API with observer tools.
Oh, please! Oh my god.
Some nice API, so you could, because then you could like, can you imagine if you could draw like information from the API on the observer side? So you could have the hands hidden, and then you could pull them for casters on the back end. Oh,
right. Oh my god.
Oh man.
And this is one of those things. Like I ran the regional, and it ran successfully. And actually, I don't think anyone had a really really bad thing. Like the people who did are people who were. Like one person was complaining, like, "Oh, judging this because we were working with a Japanese player and there was a language barrier, and they weren't fully understanding what we're saying, and Google Translate can only go so far, right? Like they were screaming to give them a game loss over something. And I'm like, it's a language barrier. It's not like I'm talking to you. If I talk to you and say, no, you gotta let your opponent go choose. Because you disconnected, you would understand, but trying to cross that language barrier is a little bit harder. That person can just whatever you try to rule shark over a language barrier. So
not much you can do. You can do your best. That's all we got.
But hopefully they have more dev time, because the next set, the Paldean Fates, also have a couple new cards. Should be a lot of just reprint. A lot of
which means maybe more time to knock out bugs without having to code new cards
for a spec. I mean, a couple of them they've been already out in Japan, so they've probably had more time to. Like I'm looking at the perspective set list. I'll pop it on screen here. Actually, if you ever, Justin Basil's really great for that.
Man, I'm kind of stuck on that when you asked earlier about Ogerpon and how well that would pair with a potential A spec, because that seems like the Pokemon to do it,
right? Because it's got a built-in item, the mask, and it would be a way to do it. But I need to double check. What was the Pokemon Sword Shield TCG release? Like, what set did we see the new legendaries show up?
That would have been Urshifu, right? Wait. No, I think I'm misremembering.
1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, Battle Styles, which was the 5th release. So the next one should technically have Ogerpon in it. So you know what? E-specs make sense.
That seems pretty good.
Because
for anyone watching, remember, you heard it here first. You're welcome.
Ogerpon.
Start building your Ogerpon decks.
Right there.
Ogerpon A-specs.
But yeah, because the last set it went Sword Shield, Rebel Clash, Darkness Ablaze, Vivid Voltage. For your base 4 main series stuff, right? And then they had Shining Fates as your 4.5. And then it went to Battle Styles, which then brought in the Urshifu. But the surprising thing is Chilling Rain afterwards brought in the Calrex. So if we kind of follow that still, and we do have the new DLC coming out like next month, we could get the Terrapon, whatever it is, as well. And we still have, and then we have also the 3 other legendaries, and then supposedly there's a or whatever semi-legendaries, and supposedly there's a 4th off of that too. So there's like 6 legendaries coming to that. Because if they follow that trend, then we'd have 4 more sets with that kind of stuff. And then they got Brilliant Stars, so then what do they do then? If they continue to follow this kind of trend they're doing right now.
That'd be great. I'm excited. I'm excited for these new prints. I'm also excited for what rotation is going to do to the game, because that'll be like my first time playing through a rotation. So I think that'll be like I'm really excited for that to come through.
Rotation is, it always feels weird the first time because like there's so many cards you're so used to seeing, and they're gone. But some of them are now like staples, like the research or boss's orders. Those things are 100% staples now. We're not seeing those rotate.
Right. They just get reprinted with the new gym leaders.
And even then,
the villains.
The Paldean Fates list here that I'm looking at, might not even be the list. This is just what they expect it to be. Some of them are more obvious. Like I think Crisis Shot it's in the Japanese shiny one. And like we expect to see Moonlight Hill finally, but we also know like Clive is going to be there. Because some of them are promos we haven't seen yet, and this is the set we'll see promos in. Night Alpaca.
Have a good night, Alpaca.
Still waiting on their game too, but this is like the time when you sit there and theory.
Oh yeah, Theorycraft, the broken, busted Ogre Pond decks coming up
that don't even exist yet. We won't even get new reveals for the next set until after the shiny ones drop.
Right.
Possibly. Yamask. What's funny is I do play Pokemon Go, and somehow I ended up with 2 Galarian Yamask shinies in it. No idea why. Like it's far enough. And there it is. Jam has won. No, so he doesn't get Guardy again.
Is it? Are we Tina versus Pau?
Or Tina versus Moon? Yeah.
Oh baby.
This is gonna be a matchup.
Here we go.
All right, let's get this going. Let's just get going. There we go. Boom. Match is set. Finals are live. I just realized I gotta scan 50 codes tomorrow. It's my worst part of Saturday mornings is dealing out pricing. I literally drive into Seattle and go to tabletop. I meet with my contact Alex there, and he just hands me like a brick of codes every time. Like, I feel like I'm being like putting one way, like I'm getting like a brick of cocaine, but it's full of codes. It's usually just an ETB full of codes, and that's more than enough for a whole set. And so then I get home, and then I spend Saturday scanning them in 50 at a time, and then I should just scan them all in at once, put them into an Excel sheet, but Yeesh. I don't wanna.
Yeah,
I'd rather just keep doing it every week. It only takes like 10 minutes at most.
Now you mentioned it though. Now's a good time to probably shout out our amazing sponsor who helps make these Doom Tournament of Doom streams happen.
Yes,
that's Tabletop Village, right?
Yep, Tabletop Village, where you can buy at either tabletopvillage.com, or if you're in the Seattle area, they are located in the International District near Lumen Field. which if you've never been to the International District of Seattle, is I wouldn't say like nice in the sense like, oh my god, this is like amazing kind of thing, but it's really fun and a lot of good food. Like you will get authentic Chinese, Japanese food there, Asian food, I guess is another way to put it.
Hell yeah! All right,
There we go.
locking in for the finals: Roaring Moon versus Lost Tina.
Now we know we've watched this Roaring Moon 2 rounds now.
Yeah, we know a lot of the plays that it can make. I'm wondering, and it actually, the Tina player here has not really had an opportunity since their game has gone to the full 3 games. They are just now joining the Thunderdome. That is for Mew EX.
We want no cards in hand. We're just going to keep drawing.
Iono, thanks. Restart for 2.
And then we'll get rid of this hand and restart for 3 more.
And they are going second. So about as good as it can get.
Oh no!
No way. Oh, that is bad news.
This is horrible news. We're gonna. What do you set up here? Yveltal doesn't hit for.
I already have the Squawk.
Just do the Moltres. I think the Moltres is
and the Moltres can also boost to itself. So once you start getting some of those cards in the discard pile, you are just good to roll. Squawk and Seize. There's an energy. There's the vessel.
That's it. That's it. Game 1 is done.
Wow.
Moving on to a game 2 already.
What's happening? Do they not know they have it?
I think they do. I hope they know. I mean, they've got it like 10 times over. They're going to grab her just so we can see what the hand is. Wow.
Yikes. All right. That's the extra BM for them playing Tina. Having a bad starting hand. All right, that was all of like 3 minutes.
It was.
Oh, that's so rough.
Official time was oh my god, it was less than 3 minutes. They haven't even finished check-in time yet. They still have 6 minutes to check in, and they haven't even hit it yet.
Oh, yeah, that was tough.
That's not what you want to see, but this is what this deck's doing. Yeah, he's like, right. Fun game. And Gino said he's going second.
Yeah, is that Yoj? I don't know how to pronounce your name, but Yoj is happy here.
Take that, Tina.
Tina is everyone's favorite deck to hate.
Poor Jam here going like, I don't want to play against Gardevoir again. And the bracket said, okay. Talk to him.
You know what's crazy is the sauce hasn't even been revealed yet. That was just Roaring. That could have been a normal Roaring Moon.
Yeah. Could you imagine playing against that and not having the open deck list?
Jeez.
Oh my god, you would just be wrecked. You got another good hand.
Yveltal start. To see it. Guaranteed that Squawk ability off the heavy ball if it is in the prizes. Got the Moltres as well. Mew EX, I mean. What more could you want from this deck right now?
A cheeseburger? I mean, you could technically Squawk here. I mean, you do lose an energy switch, but
It is a little bit unfortunate to see a switch and a catcher going down, but
No, in most normal Pokemon events, you cannot see your opponent's deck list.
Fireflame Wings here. Getting those energy attaches started.
If they draw pass,
There's no way.
there's no way. No
You
way.
can't. It can't happen twice. Tina draws cards, right? Colress has to get you cards.
It has to get you another Pokemon. Well, okay, they threw
We threw away a one.
okay. We've got a game. There's a game.
Comfy as well. Yeah, we're cooking now.
Here comes the sauce.
Wait a second. Interesting to note that Evital is out of Cram range, but Evital can definitely knock out Cram with that second attack. So that's a nice little interaction there for the Broken Moon. I don't even know if you can call this a Broken Moon deck. What do you call this?
I would call this Mew EX featuring Roaring Moon and Galarian Moltres.
Yeah, this feels like Mew Moltres. This is a deck.
I mean, you just put down the Sableye.
No attack. Manual attach here. We don't have an energy switch, so there isn't really a way for us to get this Evital attacking quite yet.
Too bad I didn't hit hard enough with that Galarian Moltres.
Do you have access to that V-Star power still?
Yeah, go ahead, Star Alchemy, get the E-Switch now, get things going.
Mune.
I mean, the other thing about this Vettel, it's 130. The Cramorant's not going to KO it.
Yeah, exactly.
And it even has a little bit of protection against that Sableye. So it's not a bad thing to have there.
One Comfy down. Another Colress. Compared to last game, this deck feels probably like it's flying, probably. Another Colress. Dumping Path to the Peak, actually. And you mentioned this earlier, how that Path to the Peak is actually going to come up big in this matchup. And interestingly enough, I don't know if there's a specific reason why we didn't see a Roaring Moon start to get loaded up, because that is going to be, I feel like, a pretty critical response here to some of these Tinas.
It's good.
7 in the Lost Zone, and we have Mirage Gate online.
It's a good response to the Tina. It's also a good response to the Path, since you can knock it off.
Right.
But they do need to find it. Chat does point out that there is 3 Pokemon on board who can KO it. Going after the Moltres. Fair. So you need double energy switch here. But it would be hilarious.
If they're going to be lost zoning those energies away, which is not exactly what you want to be doing. All right, there's a Peony. So at the very least, but that is an expensive hand to Peony away.
100%. Like, you'd have to... It's a lot of cards, and it's going to be in your discard here.
Okay, there's the Moon.
You can attach to a Mew. Or go with the moon. I mean, technically, you could go in with the moon and frenzy gouging. Maybe hit it.
That does feel like it has a Sableye KO written all over it, though.
100%, considering that they're right at 9.
But I don't think you can afford. I think that has to be your sort of last play of the game if you are going to use that lost impact. Because, you Blazy is right. You were only running 7 dark energies, and I feel like your whole game plan here is to just keep recycling those. Bravery Charm energy switch. We're going to see the energy switch here onto that Roaring Moon.
Bravery Charm makes it a little bit more difficult to KO. And with the grabber here, you can possibly make sure they don't. You gotta put the Sableye.
Yeah, that's going away. The other Colress is already ready, though. That's going to be 3 Colresses in a row, I think, for the Lost Tina player. How often do you see that?
Rarely, if ever.
All right, I think we're done drawing cards here. That is going to be a frenzied gouging. Drawing damage there. Still well within Sableye range, though. This is going to make the prize trade very, very difficult for the Broken Moon player. Once again, that easy to respond here with a 1 prizer in the Sableye. Definitely going to be up to that 10 in the lost zone here. And there's even a chance we'll see another Tina back online. So it is definitely looking tough here for the Roaring Moon player.
Well, they've used up a lot of coins, a lot of items already, and a lot of it.
And the cram. You don't actually need the Sableye.
No, cram takes care of it here. And now, if you can cram Path, you'd be in a pretty good spot.
So you respond here with Evital. Go down to 2 prizes. Hope they don't have something to gust up any of your 2 prizers. And we do see 2 escape ropes in the list for Jam. Pokemon catcher here. It is a heads.
Bring that up.
Can push up that Tina. Another round of Peony. Gonna be that double dark patch.
I almost they really thought about grabbing that
Shopping center,
which they do need a stadium on top of everything else they need right now. But they get 3 cards here. There's
Forest Seal Stone has already been used, but there is a stadium. Can Trekking Shoes through the deck once more.
You can
another Pokemon catcher.
Restart here. Last dark patch.
There's a dark patch. Wow.
Town store catcher. They look like they're going to set themselves up here.
Beautiful stuff here. Does not even need to use the frenzy gouging with that stadium find, and that is going to be Roaring Moon, 1 prize away from winning the game.
And there's no Thornton in this list, so there's no way for them to pull off a surprise. Man, this deck tonight has just been nuts.
Switch in hand as well. Yeah, they could get Rock Sand here, but you're just restart every single time. You just always have the restart. Unbelievable.
Excuse my French here, but what the shit is this deck? Exclamation point, no swearing.
It's the perfect list, the perfect system, y'all.
It's just,
take a picture before it's gone.
No. It wins LAIC out of nowhere tomorrow, underneath everyone's radars. Where the hell did it come from? Like,
Mirage
okay,
Gate. It looks like they're gonna try and just shred here for 160 and hope that they don't have a way to switch card in. You know, that's not gonna work though.
And 160. Oh no! Have they played boss? Or countercatcher?
For the squawk ability, they could have it here. Pokegear. Boss's orders.
Well,
and the escape rope.
But didn't they play the chorus?
Did they?
No,
they didn't. That's boss onto the squawk ability, and they managed to steal it away with the shred. Man. Wow.
Wow, yeah. I totally forgot about the squawk ability there. Well, we're going to a game 3. We're like sitting here like this deck's done. That bad casters. Bad casters.
Bad cat did not see the shred for 160 on the squawk. I really just assumed we would see that chorus chain, but wow, way to hold on there. Perfect play. Mirage Gate ready to go as well as the extra energy.
Yeah, I thought they had supported. And then they got the boss off of everything. I'm assuming they're going the Roaring Moon's going second because it benefits them in every way to go second.
There's always the chance of another donk.
With what they have in hand here, there's a possible chance, but you're going to possibly lose a dark patch.
No, Professor, this deck doesn't brick. We play 4 Mew EX. We don't brick here.
My co-caster tonight is Mellow Crit, aka not Pokeyami. You have a cool little graphic that shows it too. Check it out with like womp.
Yeah, it is turned off by pass. You're not wrong. That's what the peonies are there for, though.
Yeah.
So you can get your path bump, and then you use your 4 EXs. Cope.
I mean, you're going to have to force Sealstone in now. Wow. Okay, they don't have much of a hand.
Yeah, not a lot to work with here.
What's up, Anti?
It is absolutely still going. We are, well, the chef is cooking right now. Peony. We don't brick. We don't brick around here. Oh my goodness. And it plays the button. It's best deck. Best deck in format.
100%.
No question.
Surprised it doesn't play 4 Sealstones.
Really thinking about it here. I'm not. Maybe I'm missing something. I'm not seeing the. Oh, this is turn. Dude, this is turn 1. I'm like, why is he grabbing VIP? You missed the memo. I missed the memo. Restart for 3 again. Every time we restart for 3 around here.
Every time, 60% of the time.
Heads every time on the Pokemon catcher.
When has he not missed?
Restart for 2, energy switch. Can we do anything here? I think he needs a lot more than this.
Oh, they're with the.
Oh, that Evital in the trash does hurt. Oof, we're really digging.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of stuff leave. But if they're able to get the attack off this turn, though,
I don't think we can. I think at most we're seeing one energy onto this roaring moon. Oh, we still have the third restart. It's not over. Energy search.
Path. Very pokey stop though.
Yeah, I think we're out of steam here.
Not getting there, but this roaring moon's almost set up.
Yeah, we saw the hand there. Yeah, we did see the hand there from the Lost Box player, and it did not look stellar. But we are going to see multiple flower selectings here.
We're going to see an attack. We're going to see an attack on the other roaring moon.
Well, and that's brutal too, because, I mean, how are you getting this thing out of the active? We already had a hard enough time getting the energies onto the actual roaring moon that we want to attack with, and now
we just tossed 3 massive cards. You kind of don't want to hit heads here. You're just kind of burning that to burn it.
Restart for 2. These restarts are going to have to get a crazy amount of mileage here.
And now we're seeing the failures of the... Oh my god.
No.
Oh no.
But our broken draw engine.
This draw engine wasn't prepared for triple dark patch.
But yeah, that turn 1 path was really kind of all it took to cripple this deck. I mean, so many resources had to go down the drain just to get that path out of play to hope to draw into the right pieces. We missed a turn 1 attack. We're missing a turn 2 attack. We're probably going to start losing roaring moons here.
One's going to be
even comfortable enough to just push up that Greninja as well. Absolutely fearless at this point.
So surprisingly, the only loss it's had today until this last round, last one, was against Valiant Entei. I mean, it's still kind of live here, but we've got Path out now. He's got Town Store, but what do?
We concede. We scoop it up.
Wow.
Oh, man.
Not what you want to see, but with that, Lost Tina coming in, winning that game too. And like, we thought it was done. We had all written them off.
Wow. Yeah, that Pokebook gear going straight into that boss's orders was beautiful. Completely forgetting about that squawk ability. Massive liability there when that shred hits for exactly 160. Oh, what a play there from them.
But very good set from both our players. The Roaring Moon, we watched it through the finals, the top cut. It wasn't on my radar. Now I'm like, man, even though it kind of falters here at the end, it ran really well. I didn't expect it to do that.
Yeah, and I think all things considered, this was kind of a nightmare matchup for it on paper. I mean, you take a look at, obviously, the path to the peak does slow things down massively because you need to get that squawk ability rolling. You need to get those restarts rolling. And as soon as that path to the peak is down, or really as soon as things are getting bossed up that you can't attach energy to in any real capacity, having to dump so many resources just to get rid of that path, that is really detrimental to the deck. It does see cards, but at the end of the day, if you're dumping too many cards to see more cards, you're going to fall behind real quick.
Yep. So we got our classic Giratina coming in. What we've talked about, online tournaments. It loves it. I don't know how many converted in LAIC. Actually, we can check real quick. Boo, boo, boo. Let's see. Metagame breakdown. 14% actually that we know of.
It's not horrible. I think Cyrus Davis being one of them.
I believe so.
So definitely some high caliber players playing the deck, making it look all right. They can't best deck in format wins it. I mean, I guess.
But I mean, you can't underestimate it. It does KO a lot of things and it hits the numbers you want it to hit.
Yeah, so it's still a lost box deck, right? You can take, you can say what you want about the deck. It is still lost box. This engine has just done so much work in the past with so many different builds.
And it's not even going away.
Yeah, even running the 6 bricks, still making it work.
And so with that, we'll get ready to call it a night. I want to send you off to High Flyer UK, which if you don't know who High Flyer is, he is a, I believe, British. He has a very amazing voice. I want him to cast some event someday. He's just being more casual, just playing. It looks like he's playing Cloth, which right now. So have a lot of fun with him. He's probably one of my favorite streamers on late nights when I can't sleep. Again, thank you, Mellow Crit, for being here tonight. If you want to give him quick shout outs, now's to do it. You got time.
Oh yeah. I just want to say I really appreciate you having me. This was a blast. I'm glad we got to see some cool stuff on stream. For those of you who didn't already hear, my name is Mellow Crit. I'm a caster. Feel free to follow me on Twitter. Just Mellow Crit. I'll type my name in the chat so you guys can see it. But yeah, thank you so much. I'd love to do this again sometime. Thanks to everyone who watched, and thanks to the players first and foremost, because gotta have the players participating and showing us these insane lists for us to have a blast here. So yeah, thanks again. Thank you all for having me.
Exactly. And I will play it back probably either Tuesday or Wednesday. We'll play it. I might play this Rory Moon deck. So otherwise go have some fun with High Flyer, and I will see you then. So press that big raid button. There we go.